I just hit 1000 days in my Minecraft Bedrock hardcore world. So to celebrate the occasion, I've put all 10 episodes of this series so far into one long movie for you to easily watch. If you do end up enjoying this video, feel free to leave a like and subscribe, as that would help the channel a lot. Anyway, with all of that said, let's head all the way back to episode 1. Hardcore mode has finally been released for Minecraft Bedrock Edition after over a decade of it being noticeably missing from the game, so to celebrate in this video, I'm gonna be surviving 100 days in this new update. But before we start, let me run you through the goals that I have for these 100 days. The first goal I have is to defeat the Ender Dragon and get myself an Elytra. I also want to kill the Wither, which by the way on Bedrock Edition is a lot, and I mean a lot harder than on Java. After that, I want to make a creeper farm and also actually do some building, because for some reason, building isn't something I do nearly enough of in this game. But really quickly before we start, if you guys could consider leaving a like and also subscribing to the channel, that would mean so much to me, as I'm trying my best to reach 10,000 subscribers. But with all of that said, let's start this Bedrock Edition adventure. And here we are, spawning into a fresh new world. After being slightly confused at my day counter saying 0 instead of 1, I immediately started chopping a tree. After acquiring 6 logs, I crafted some planks and sticks so I could make a wooden pickaxe. If I was a sentimental person, I would keep this forever, but luckily, I'm not. Instead, I dug straight down and gathered a bunch of cobblestone so that I could make full stone tools, as well as a couple of furnaces. Okay, some basic starter tools are now ticked off of the list. Next up on the agenda is some quick food, so I did the only logical thing and ran around like a complete madman, killing absolutely every animal in sight. And something else that was in sight was this pretty amazing world generation. Now is probably a good time to mention that this is actually a set seed. I did want this world to be something special, which is why I chose a seed that literally had every single biome within just a few thousand blocks from spawn. So I did spend most of day 0 looking at the absolutely awesome terrain, killing animals, smelting food, and chopping down trees. I also found a witch hut, which was pretty cool. Get it? Witch? After gathering a couple of bits of sugarcane and melon, I wanted to find a spot to settle down and live. Luckily, there was this little jungle island in the middle of a circular lake that was surrounded by an even bigger jungle. I immediately knew that this was going to be my base location. So after flattening out a little bit of land and getting rid of some bamboo, I made a bunch of ladders and began digging out my mine. I wanted to get full iron armor as soon as possible, because this is hardcore mode after all, and if I die, the challenge is over. Luckily, I dug straight down into a big iron vein, but before mining it, I noticed that it was beginning to be nighttime, so I crafted a bed with the wool that I had gathered earlier from killing all of those animals, and I slept the night away. I began day 1 by mining out those 8 pieces of iron and then placing ladders all the way back up to the surface. I did notice that there was some more coal in the wool though, which was absolutely perfect as I used it to smelt my iron. And while I was waiting for my iron to smelt, I broke down some more bamboo, crafted a chest to dump my mess of an inventory into, and planted the few pieces of sugarcane I had, as well as tilling some land so that I could plant my wheat seeds as well. I figured the sooner that I could start a farm for these 2 crops, the better, because I'd be needing an abundance of both of these very soon. With my smelted iron, I crafted a shiny iron pickaxe and began strip mining at Y15. If you didn't know, Y15 is the best underground level to find iron at, and in doing so, I actually came across some lapis. I also went back up again for a quick detour so that I could craft a bucket and fill it with water. I always like to carry a water bucket with me when I'm mining because you never know when it could come in handy. And also, I get to flex by doing this. After finding a few veins of copper, which, I mean, is fine, I guess, I found one more vein of iron before my pickaxe unfortunately broke. Luckily though, I could just smelt the iron that I had just mined, and I could make another pickaxe as well as a sword. I think most of us probably would. Okie dokie, baby. It's day 2 now. It's time to get serious. I needed to get as much iron as possible. I actually found 24 pieces of iron just strip mining before I stumbled across a water cave. After having a quick look around, it became apparent that this cave was definitely worth exploring, but not without any armor. Luckily, 24 is the exact amount you need for a full armor set. So I went back up to the surface to smelt my iron, and while I was letting my furnace do its thing, I chopped down this big jungle tree. Okay, full iron armor. Hopefully I should not die in this cave. Ah! Skeleton! Ah! Spider! Ah, ah. I'm not scared, you're scared. Oh, oh. Okay, so far so good. I haven't got into too many dangerous situations yet. I'm getting absolutely tons of ores, and oh no. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure why I keep pretending that I'm speaking in the present tense here, because I'm not. But ignoring that, can we just appreciate this block placing speed for a minute here? Oh, beautiful. Not even close, baby. But after that close call, I decided that I had way more than enough iron for now, and that I was ready to dig down to diamond level. On day 4, I finally found a diamond vein, but unfortunately, it was a little bit of a bittersweet experience. I was so pleased that I had finally found a vein, but unfortunately, it was literally just one. Some would go as far as saying this was a major bruh moment, but I decided to dig a few more blocks around the diamond just in case, and to my luck, I found another one. In total, it was only a vein of 2, so it wasn't quite enough to make a pickaxe, but I was still so grateful that I had found that second one. After that, I decided that I would take a quick break from mining, and after harvesting my little sugarcane farm, I took a quick look around my area, and it was at this point that I decided that I wanted to completely flatten out this island that I was living on. So after watching this very cute panda despawn, I decided to start working on clearing out some bamboo and some trees. After not too long, I realized that this project was definitely gonna take a while, so I figured that I'd do most of this when I had some better tools for the job. I began day 5 by harvesting my wheat farm, and then realizing that there was a woodland mansion right in the distance. I'm not gonna pretend like I didn't know about this, because as I mentioned, this is a set seed, but I had no idea that it was this close to where I was living. Anyway, after that, I decided to go back down into the mines and try to find some more diamonds, as I still only had 2. And I kid you not, after digging like 10 blocks in a different direction, I immediately found another diamond vein. This was incredibly lucky, and for a moment there, I thought it was just another vein of 1, but once again, I dug around it, and this time there was 3 in total. At this point, I had 5 diamonds to my name, and I thought about making a diamond pickaxe and an enchanting table, and then waiting for fortune 3 on my pickaxe before I mine all the rest of the diamonds I needed for full gear, but I decided that it wouldn't really be worth it because I would still need loads of levels and bookshelves, which I didn't have at the time, so I decided to keep mining diamonds without fortune. And by the end of the day, I found another vein of diamonds, and this time there was 4, which was pretty good. So to celebrate, just before the nighttime of day 5, I decided to kill this cute panda. On day number 6, after harvesting my sugarcane and wheat farm, I realized that I had forgotten one very important farm that I needed if I wanted to start enchanting, and that was of course a cow farm. I couldn't see any cows nearby, so I ventured off with my wheat to go and find some. And after traveling a few hundred blocks, as well as meeting a sheep who seemed to have some identity issues, I finally found a cow. So I chopped down the nearest tree, crafted a boat, and took him with me. And after making the most low-effort cow pen you've ever seen, I now have 1 cow, but with the power of editing, we now have 2 cows, and we're also on day 7. After trying to not look at my newfound friends doing their dirty business, I decided to go back to the mines, as I was still pretty broke. After not too long, I found another 3 vein of diamonds. I don't know what it is is with this world, but it seems like every diamond vein is just so small compared to normal. And oh, hang on, oh, is that a new personal record? 5 diamonds in a vein? What? I was still mining on day 8 when I found this absolutely huge cave. This was a literal gold mine, no pun intended. And just when I thought I explored the entire cave, there was another huge section that I had not seen yet. So I was able to spend pretty much all of day 8 just gathering every ore in sight. I also remembered to gather some obsidian for a nether portal and an enchant table. And I also dyed my bed blue, because, you know, I've got to represent me and my homies on Truly Bedrock. And if you don't understand that reference, well, I thoroughly encourage you to watch my other survival series on my channel. It's a Bedrock Edition SMP called Truly Bedrock with a bunch of awesome content creators, where we focus on just having fun and making videos. Anyway, self-promoting aside, it's now day 9, and I still didn't have any enchantments, so I decided to make myself an enchanting table. I'm still gonna need 40 more pieces of leather to upgrade it to level 30, which is why I set up that cow farm. I also set up my nether portal using some lapis blocks in the corners to once again represent me and my homies. I wasn't quite ready to go into the underworld yet though. I need to remind you, this is hardcore mode, and going into the nether in unenchanted iron armor is way too risky for a noob like myself. So instead, I did something more relaxing for the rest of day 9. I just continued chopping trees and flattening out my area. I also noticed that there seemed to be a particularly cute cat right in the middle of my cow pen, but unfortunately it despawned. I also had a slight scare when a creeper creeped up on me from under the trees. And of course, as I went to kill it, my sword broke. So it ended up exploding. Although I didn't get that low in health, it did still worry me a bit because I am a bit of a wuss, so it led me to impulsively spending all of my diamonds on 3 pieces of diamond armor. Day 10, we're into the double digits, baby. I started off by watching my cows do their dirty business. After that, I harvested and expanded my sugarcane farm, and then literally for the rest of the entire day, I just spent my time clearing out the area. At this point, the focus was getting all 15 bookshelves that I needed for level 30 enchanting, so I was trying to harvest and expand the wheat farm so that I could breed the cows for leather, and also harvest and expand the sugarcane farm so that I could get some paper. Each time I was waiting for the baby cows and the crops to grow, I would chop down some trees. This process went on for quite a while, but then I got bored, so I just went back to the mines. I still needed a few more diamonds to completely max out my full set of diamond gear, and I also needed 5 more levels to actually enchant. I immediately found a big vein of diamonds, which actually pushed my leftover diamond count all the way up to 8, so I made a diamond chestplate straight away. I had finally got full diamond armor. Still mining on day 12, and I was actually getting pretty lucky with how many diamonds I was finding. By the end of the day, my pickaxe was almost broken, so I made another one. And I also took this opportunity to make a diamond axe. I then spent the rest of day 12 just trying to make progress on getting all of the bookshelves that I would need, and by the end of the day, I had 4. I still had 11 to go, but we're getting there slowly. On day 13, I continued the grind of harvesting my crop farms and breeding my cows. Each time I was waiting for them to grow, I would chop down one of these humongous jungle trees, which can take a while, with an unenchanted axe. I also came across this cute panda, but unfortunately, as I got close to it, it despawned. Day 14 started off well. After watching another cute panda sadly despawn, I continued the grind for bookshelves, but instead of chopping trees while I was waiting, I decided to kill animals instead, and in doing so, by the end of day 14, I was at level 30, and I also had tons of food if I ever needed it. I also decided to make a little bit of a better wheat farm. I have no idea how this little riverside temporary farm lasted so long, but now I had a much nicer 9x9 square. Much better. Day 15 was more of the same thing. Harvesting crops, chopping down trees, and clearing bamboo. All of these items led me to expand my chest monster though. If I was a good Minecraft player, I would organize them, but I'm not. So I didn't. After realizing that my portal had been staring at me for 6 days, I couldn't resist taking any longer to have a little look in the nether. The spawn was actually pretty good. A crimson forest is definitely not too bad, but after having a quick look around, I got scared and went back home. You gotta remember, man, I'm in hardcore mode. I really didn't want to take any chances with unenchanted gear. Can you guess what I did on day 16? Well, let me tell you. The exact same thing again. All day. On day 17, I actually had a little bit of an accident. I somehow got all the way down to 3.5 hearts. This would have honestly been the most ridiculous way to die in a hardcore world. Could you imagine? I also managed to get a trident today, which, if you didn't know, is not actually that rare in the Bedrock edition. This was perfect though, as I would need a trident for my creeper farm, which I'm gonna build later in the video. On the morning of day 18, I continued clearing out my island, as well as watching a very cute panda sadly despawn. I also expanded my wheat farm today. 81 blocks of farmland wasn't quite good enough for my needs, so I decided to quadruple the size. On day 20, I basically did the exact same thing as I've just been doing before, but by the end of the day, my total bookshelf count was up to 8, which was pretty good. I also sadly saw this cute panda despawn. Whoa! Is that wait, no, surely not. Is that a brown panda? What? Aren't you supposed to be, like, rare or something? Oh no, it despawned, what? But by the end of day 22, my total bookshelf count had gone up to 13, which was pretty good. I have honestly no idea why it was taking me so long to get all of the leather and paper for this, but by the end of day 23, I had finally done it. A level 30 enchanting setup. I then decided to completely get rid of my cow pen, as I literally would never need it again. After that, I wanted to see what enchant I could get on my pickaxe. I was really hoping for Fortune 3, but I only got Fortune 2, and that definitely would not cut it. I had a quick look to see what other enchants I could get on the rest of my gear, but somehow, literally none of them were any enchants that I actually wanted. But after noticing that I had 32 levels, I decided to spend one of them on a level 1 enchant on my iron sword. That way I could just reset all of the level 30 enchants. Efficiency 4 on my axe was definitely more like it. I was hoping that I'd get something along with it, but unfortunately it was just efficiency 4. Welp, now I was back down to 28 levels. So, to get back to level 30, I decided to venture into the nether, but this time to actually mine some quartz. I'm sure you all know that mining quartz is an absolutely great way to get fast XP in the early stages of the game, so after crafting an anvil, I jumped in, and after having a slight close call with some piglins, I managed to get the 30 levels I needed pretty fast, and I could get out of there. Well, for the time being anyway. There was an Unbreaking 3 enchant for my pickaxe, which was pretty good, so I gambled, hoping that I'd get efficiency or fortune along with it, but no, of course not. It was just an Unbreaking 3. As you can see here, I was pretty frustrated. So after visiting the underworld once again to get some quick XP, this time with no close calls, I looked at my other pickaxe and there was a guaranteed Fortune 3, so of course I took it. Once again though, it was just Fortune 3, but it wasn't too much of an issue as I could just use my anvil to combine it with the other Unbreaking pickaxe. It still didn't have any efficiency or mending, but for now, I was pretty satisfied with my pickaxe enchantments. I started day 24 by getting another trident, which was pretty crazy, and then I had the idea to go back down into the mines so that I could try my new fortune pickaxe out. Hey, remember remember a few moments ago when I said that I didn't have any close calls in the Nether? Well, when I was in a cave, this happened. I guess the Minecraft gods wanted to balance things out for me or something. To be honest, moments like these really just remind me how important Protection 4 is in a hardcore world. Anyway, because of this shiny fortune pickaxe, I was actually able to get a grand total of 24 diamonds, but as I said, my pickaxe still didn't have any efficiency, which is why on day 25 I crafted a grindstone. Using this grindstone meant that I could do a level 1 enchant on a new diamond pickaxe over and over again until I got a guaranteed efficiency 5 enchant. Yes, I know that this method can waste quite a lot of levels, but I really didn't want to take any risks with my enchanting, as I never ever seemed to get lucky. It did take a while, but after quite a few rerolls, I finally got a guaranteed efficiency 4 enchantment. Unfortunately though, I was now down to level 10, so I guess we're going back into the Nether. Quartz was just by far the fastest way to get levels. So on day 26 with my newfound levels, I enchanted another pickaxe with efficiency 4, and once again it was just efficiency 4. For some reason, I wasn't even surprised. But whatever, I could just combine all of my pickaxes together to get an Unbreaking 3, Fortune 3, and an efficiency 4 pickaxe, which is actually pretty good. But in doing so, I was now back down again to 20 levels. So I guess it's back to the Nether for me. Take that, piglins! And just before I was about to hit level 30, I almost died. Luckily for me, I just about managed to block myself in, and after that I could just dig down one block, and the reason I did that is because in this position I could hit them, but they could not hit me. So using this method, I managed to kill all of the piglins and I survived. But then something unexpected happened. As I went back through the portal, I was greeted with a bunch of piglins in the overworld. They must have just walked through the portal, but this scared the absolute living daylight out of me. But luckily, with my super fast block placing skills, I was able to just block them up and run away. And I did not stop running until they all despawned. After quite the fright on day 26, day 27 began with enchanting another new pickaxe. This time I got a guaranteed silk touch, and I did take it because I knew that I would want a second pickaxe for silk touch, but to my surprise I actually got pretty lucky with unbreaking and efficiency along with it as well. So now I have my two almost perfect pickaxes. Sure, there was no mending and they were efficiency 4 instead of 5, but for the time being this was perfect. After a short trip to the Nether again for more XP, I was ready to do another enchant. I tried my luck with Unbreaking 3 on my axe, but instead I got Fortune 2 and Bane of Arthropods. It wasn't exactly what I was wanting, but after combining it with my other efficiency axe, I figured that it would probably be better than nothing, at least for now. At this point, I was getting pretty bored of enchanting, so I decided to take a quick break by putting my new efficiency axe to good use and chopping down loads of jungle trees on this island for the rest of day 28. Why is the sound of chopping bamboo so incredibly satisfying? Oh look! A cute panda. Along with chopping trees, I also decided that I wanted to completely flatten out my island on day 31. I decided to leave this panda be on day 32. I don't know what came over me. I must have been in a good mood or something. On day 63, I made some time to fully harvest and replant my wheat farm. I managed to get 3 stacks of wheat or 1 stack of bread. Nice. Now back to chopping. I decided to take a break from flattening the island on day 34 because I noticed that there was a desert in the distance and I wanted to go exploring. I was mainly just curious to see if there were any desert temples or villages there, so I took a boat with me just in case I wanted to bring a villager back. And as expected, after not too long at all, I found a village as well as a mesa, which is pretty nice. And to put the cherry on top, there was also also a desert temple. And of course, I decided to loot it. I was really hoping that I would get a god apple, but unfortunately, I didn't get one. But I did get some emeralds, which was pretty nice. And because I'm cheap, I even took the scraps of TNT. On day 35, after stealing absolutely every single carrot in sight, I figured I might as well kidnap a villager and take him back to my island. For some unknown reason, there seemed to be some friction between the two of us, but after a little bit of persuading, I managed to get him into my boat. Luckily, there was a river nearby that went all the way back to my island, so transporting this guy back didn't actually take too long. And once he was back, I tried to trap him in a hole, but it really did not go so smoothly. Oh my gosh, stop running away from me! Okay, take number 2. Let's be a little bit smarter this time. Let's make a little bit of a larger hole. This should work. What? My dude, did you just walk on air? Huh? Oh my gosh. Where are you going, bro? To say this villager was annoying was honestly a huge understatement. I'm trying to talk as slow as possible here so I can show you more footage of the absolute pain that I went through. But eventually I had him trapped. Third time's the charm, I guess. By this point, I was so fed up with this villager that I didn't even bother trying to re-roll his trades to something I wanted. I figured I'd just do that later. Instead, I went mining. Because, to be honest, you can never have too many diamonds in Minecraft. I'm back in the nether on day 38 because I still need a few more levels to get back up to level 30. But once I was back up to level 30, I tried enchanting my shovel with Unbreaking 3, but unfortunately, it was just Unbreaking 3. You know what time it is? That's right, baby. It's time to get 3 more levels again by mining quartz in the nether. Who would have expected that one? On day 39, I enchanted my boots with feather falling. I was hoping to get protection 4 along with it, but I got fire protection 3, which I guess is fine for now. On day 39, I decided to re-roll my villager's trades because I really wanted a guaranteed protection 4 trade. But then this happened. He managed to escape the little cubby hole that he was in just as it was turning night. I tried to save him, man. I just couldn't quite get there in time. Now, yes, I know what you're thinking. I could just cure him back into a regular villager, but at this point, I was so over this guy that I just decided to get rid of him. If I really needed villagers again later in this 100 days, I'll just go get some new ones from the village. I went back to chopping trees on day 41. There's still quite a big section of the island that still needs to be flattened out. I'm also having to dig a little bit of dirt here. This would be a lot faster if I had efficiency on my shovel, but whatever. After a few more days of chopping down bamboo and cutting down big jungle trees, by day 45, I had completely flattened out the entire island. Ah, mwah, beautiful. No creepers will be creeping up on me now. Sorry to interrupt, but can we just appreciate this absolutely awesome terrain again for a second? I agree, it's absolutely magnificent. On day 46, I was back in the nether again gathering quartz for XP, and once I was level 30, I decided to risk it and go for Respiration 3 on my helmet, but of course, it was just Respiration 3. You can probably guess what I'm about to do next. Yeah, that's right, baby. More quartz mining. And ooh, Unbreaking 3 on the shovel. At this point, I might as well just risk it. Oh, Efficiency 3. I guess it's not the worst. Whatever. Back to quartz mining. On day 48, I finally got a guaranteed Protection 4 enchantment for my chest plate. I also actually got Unbreaking 3 alongside with it, which was absolutely awesome. It was at this point, though, that I noticed that a lot of my gear was fairly low durability, as it still didn't have any mending. Luckily, though, I still had some leftover diamonds, so I just used a few of those to manually repair my tools. On day 49, we're back to quartz mining. This is the last time, I promise. I went with Unbreaking 3 on my leggings. I was hoping for Protection 4 as well, but unfortunately, I didn't get it. It was at this point that I realized that we were almost halfway through the video, and I still hadn't completed my first goal yet, which was to defeat the Ender Dragon. The reason for this is because the original plan was to wait until I had Protection 4 on all of my armor, and then I would go and kill the Ender Dragon afterwards. But at this point though, the enchanting process was getting so repetitive and boring that I just gave up on that and decided to just YOLO it and go straight into a nether fortress because I would need blaze rods for finding the stronghold. Luckily for me, there was a fortress pretty close to my portal that I had already come across previously when I was mining quartz, so getting there didn't take too long. And after only a couple of close calls, by the end of day 49, I had gotten all of the blaze rods I needed. Hey, it's day 50. We are now halfway through this 100 days challenge. Day 50 began by trying to get another villager, seeing as the last one may or may not have been tragically killed. As I had an absolute ton of bamboo and logs from clearing out my island, I figured that I'd make this villager a Fletcher, as I can really easily and quickly trade sticks for emeralds. I kidnapped another villager on day 51, and after only a few rerolls, I managed to get a mending trade for 26 emeralds, which is actually pretty good, so I locked it in. On day 52, I decided to put my newly acquired mending book on my fortune pickaxe. I also quickly made a sugarcane farm today because I got rid of my other temporary one a while back. This one is gonna be a bit more permanent though, because I'm gonna need a lot of paper for my firework rockets once I get an elytra, so I thought I'd start on this now. On day 53, I traded more sticks for emeralds, and then those emeralds for another mending book. I put this one on my shovel. Okay, enough faffing about. I need to kill the Ender Dragon. I've got the blaze rods, but of course I don't have any ender pearls. I thought about killing Enderman, but I figured that trading with piglins would be a lot quicker and safer. So I grabbed all of my gold in my chest monster and got to work. But as I was approaching some piglins, this happened. I have no idea how I got so close to dying for like the 4th time this video, but ignoring that, by the end of day 54, I had got all of the ender pearls that I would need. I quickly enchanted my sword with sharpness 2, just as a temporary enchant for the dragon fight, and finally, I was ready to kill the Ender Dragon. So I threw my first Eye of Ender and began boating away. Still boating on day 55 when I came across an ocean monument, which was pretty cool. I also found a shipwreck, which I raided, but unfortunately there was nothing good. Then I found a mushroom island. Now, once again, I would love to say that this was a huge surprise, but as previously mentioned, this is a set seed, so I did know this was there. I also found an ice biome, which was good because I could travel so much faster with my boat. So after impersonating Lewis Hamilton for a little bit, I stumbled across a village. If you weren't aware, in Bedrock Edition, strongholds are almost always under villagers. And funnily enough, there was no exception here. I then realized that I had actually forgotten to bring a pumpkin, which I usually like to do so I don't get bullied by Endermen. But luckily, this village actually had a carved pumpkin there, so I just stole that and took it with me. After digging my way down into the stronghold for a while, I pretty quickly found the end portal room. I was ready to fight the dragon. I spawned on a platform out from the main island, but that was fine because this is Bedrock, so I can just do this. I towered up to the first pillar, broke the crystal, bridged to the next pillar, broke another crystal, and so on and so on. I was flexing my icy bridge skills here to the next tower, and the dragon actually hit me off and got me pretty low. So yeah, that was slightly scary. After getting rid of a couple more crystals, the dragon went for me again. Luckily, I managed to survive with a water bucket clutch. Bedrock Edition definitely makes this whole end fight so much easier. You can get all of the crystals just by bridging from tower to tower, but after another close call with the dragon, I managed to get the last few crystals. Now it was just me Me versus the dragon. And this was the easiest part. All I did was just stand in the middle and wait for the dragon to perch. Once she did, I just smacked her in the shoulders repeatedly. And just like that, the dragon obliterated into a ball of XP. I only got 47 levels, which I have to say did seem pretty low, but I was still happy. I grabbed the torch and collected the dragon egg. This mission was successful, but it is not over yet. It was now time to get an elytra, so I bridged up to the gateway, and definitely not after like 10 tries, I managed to just go through using my water bucket. And once I went through, I was kind of expecting to see an end city straight away, because it seems like I always get really lucky with my end city spawns, but I guess not. This time, the luck just wasn't on my side, I guess. But luckily, I had a little bit of a trick up my sleeve. What I did was that I turned my render distance up to the max, and in doing so, I could see a lot further into the end, and sure enough, I saw an end city with a ship that was actually pretty nearby. And so, after a couple minutes of hobbling over there, I towered up to the ship, stole a brewing stand, killed a shulker, and got myself an elytra. There was also some decent armor, as well as 7 diamonds in the chest, which was pretty cool. I thought about raiding the rest of the city, but decided against it because I didn't have great armor, and I didn't even really need the shulkers anyway. So in my eyes, there wasn't really any point in risking it. I am in hardcore mode after all. So instead, I put my elytra to good use and glided all the way back to my end portal. I wasn't expecting to actually land this first try, but somehow I did, and I impressed myself. Overall, this was an awesome trip. Dragon killed, elytra acquired, life was good. We're back home on day 57, and I wanted to enchant a better sword. And I kid you not, I re-rolled my sword 5 times, and every single time, the level 30 enchantment was Bane of Arthropods. In the end, I just gave up and spent my levels combining my current gear with the gear that I found in the end cities, as well as putting a Soul Speed 3 book on my boots that I had got from trading with the piglins earlier. It was at this point though that I realized I had basically 0 rockets. I only had enough gunpowder to craft a few stacks, so I figured the only logical thing to do would be to make a creeper farm. I really didn't need anything special, I just needed a quick early game one that would sort me out for the rest of these 100 days. So I decided to pick a design from JC Plays, and I began collecting the materials. Well, when I say collecting, I really mean crafting, because surprisingly enough, I actually somehow had absolutely everything I needed. What you're looking at on your screen right now is everything I need to build this farm. So, without any further ado, let's build this. Psych, for some reason, at this point, I went mining for diamonds. I have no idea why I did that, but now, on day 60, I was actually ready to build this farm. And by day 71, the creeper farm was complete. As you can see, this farm is extremely simple. It's just a bunch of blocks and trapdoors placed in a way so only creepers can spawn. Anyway, to celebrate the completion of this farm, I went AFK for half a Minecraft day and fully repaired my elytra, as well as generating a stack of gunpowder, which combined with a harvest of my sugarcane farm resulted in 3 stacks of firework rockets. Nice. On day 72, I mined diamonds again. I have no idea why I keep doing this, but 30 diamonds in one Minecraft day isn't too bad, I suppose. Day 73 began by me admiring the awesome terrain around my base, and after that I bought another mending book from my villager and put it on my chest plate. On day 74, for some unknown reason, I went and gathered an inventory's worth of sand. Once again, I have absolutely no clue why I did that. I think my brain might be a little bit broken. I AFK'd at my creeper farm from days 75 to 77. The reason that I did this was because I wanted to fully repair all of my gear, but the byproduct of that was 5 stacks of gunpowder along with it, which was pretty awesome. I was very pleased that I no longer had to worry about firework rockets. On day 78, I decided to fully unenchant my sword as well as my hoe, as I wasn't really satisfied with the enchantments that I had on them. And after trading some sticks for emeralds to get back up to level 30, I saw that there was a guaranteed Unbreaking 3 enchantment on my hoe. So of course I took it and I got Efficiency 4 and Silk Touch along with it, which was absolutely perfect. So I then bought another mending book from my villager and combined it with this hoe. Apart from having Efficiency 4 instead of Efficiency 5, I now had the perfect hoe. After how well starting over on my hoe enchantments went, I decided to unenchant my axe as well, as that was something else that I wasn't totally happy with. But the main thing that I really wanted was a better sword, as I'd be fighting the Wither very soon. So after mining some quartz in the nether to get back up to level 30, I enchanted my sword with sharpness 4, which was exactly what I was looking for. Unfortunately though, it was just sharpness 4. So I had to mine some more quartz to get back up to level 30 once again. I got a guaranteed sharpness 4 enchant once again on another sword, which was actually very lucky. So I enchanted it and I got knockback 2 along with it, which I was pretty pleased with. I combined it with the other sword to get a sharpness 5 knockback 2 sword. I was extremely pleased with sharpness 5, as that was the main enchantment that I wanted for the Wither fight. But I was still hungry for something better, so I re-rolled another sword with level 1 enchants until I got Unbreaking 3, which was absolutely something that I wanted. I think you know the drill by now. I'm back in the nether for more XP. I stumbled across a bastion on day 80. I had a quick look in one of the chests and I actually found a piece of netherite, which was pretty awesome. I didn't explore the entire thing though, because I was very undergeared for a bastion in hardcore. On day 81, with my newly acquired levels, I enchanted another sword with Unbreaking 3, but unfortunately I got Bane of Arthropods with it. Absolutely disgusting. While I was being a sad smurf looking through my chests, a creeper blew up behind me and got me down to 3 hearts. This could have been it right here. With 19 days left, this could have been the end of the video. I was just so grateful to be alive. Anyway, I combined my 2 swords together to produce a sharpness 5, knockback 2, and Unbreaking 3 sword. There was one particular enchantment that I realized I was missing though. Looting 3. I wanted to gather Wither skeleton skulls for the Wither fight, and I needed looting 3 for this, as I really didn't feel like spending the rest of these 100 days just killing Wither skeletons. So I crafted yet another sword and began re-rolling the level 30 enchantments. But unfortunately, I used up all of my levels before getting looting 3. So it's back to quartz mining once again, baby. How fun. I ended up getting all the way back up to level 30 so I could try my luck on one level 30 enchantment before re-rolling the level 1s. The level 30 enchantment was unfortunately a guaranteed bane of arthropods, but I decided to take it anyway, just in case I got looting 3 along with it. And to my surprise, I actually did. This was incredibly lucky. So after combining my other sword with this looting 3 sword, and buying a mending book from my villager and applying that to my sword as well, on day 82, I was now finally ready to collect 3 wither skeleton skulls from the nether fortress. I got my first skull very quickly. As a matter of fact, it was actually the 5th skeleton that I killed that dropped a skull. And believe it or not, just a few minutes later, I got the other 2 skulls in a row. Thanks to my looting 3 along with my insane luck, I managed to somehow get all 3 wither skeleton skulls within just a few minutes. I wasn't quite ready to take on the wither yet though. I still needed to enchant a decent bow, as a sword doesn't actually work for the first half of the wither fight. So I mined quartz once again to get back up to level 30, crafted a bow and enchanted it with power 4 and flame. Obviously it wasn't a perfect bow, but at this point it was good enough for me. I quickly traded some sticks for emeralds so that I could buy a mending book and put it on my bow. Because yes, I am in fact a mending bow enjoyer. Please, don't unsubscribe. Anyway, after crafting some arrows, I was now finally ready to complete the 3rd goal for these 100 days. To defeat the wither and craft myself a beacon. So after flying a few thousand blocks away from my home, on day 85, it was time to kill the wither. So I spawned it in. The first half of the fight was actually very easy. I just flew around with my elytra, hitting him with my bow and dodging the wither effects that he was shooting at me. Once I got him down to half health, the bow strat would no longer work. I had to hit him with my sword. But he shot all the way downwards straight into the ground, so I followed him. But when I went in to hit him with my sword for the first time, this happened. My jaw dropped. The wither was literally 1 millimeter away from one-tapping me. It was at this point that I realized that my armor was not good enough for this fight, and that I was severely undergeared. So after this, I tried to replicate the tactic that I was using before by flying up into the sky and playing a bit of ping pong with the wither, but this time using my sword instead of my bow. It actually worked pretty well for a while, until the unthinkable happened. While I was flying in the sky, my elytra broke. Luckily, I managed to survive with this water bucket clutch, but oh my gosh, this scared me. I realized that I'd have to finish off the rest of this battle on the ground. I noticed that it was nighttime though, and I really didn't want to have to deal with monsters, so in the middle of the wither fight, I took a quick nap. When the wither got close to me, I went in for a hit, but once again, I got down to 1 heart. I was so scared that the wither was just gonna one-tap me while I was running away, so I tried to block myself in here, but of course he blasted through my shelter. Now as you can see by my very shaky camera movement, I am really panicking now. I was unsure if I was going to survive. For a solid minute, I really could not hit the wither. Each time I would get close, he would dash away super fast, or he'd hit me and get me really low, and then I would have to run away. I tried using Bedrock's exclusive bridging method to get higher up so I could reach him, but it didn't really work. Eventually though, I managed to get quite a few solid hits on him and deal some serious damage. I found that spamming as many blocks as possible, almost like it was a game of Skywars, actually seemed to work very well. After getting a few more hits on him, time, the wither yeeted me into the air and sent me down to 2 hearts. I probably would have died of fall damage, but somehow I managed to just about land in the water. I was treading on thin ice here, but after all of that, I managed to get the final hit and destroy the wither. I was in utter disbelief. I could not believe that I had won that fight, and I was just surprised I was still alive. For a moment, I couldn't find the nether star, and I got slightly worried, but it turns out it was just hiding under the water, and I'm blind. But there you go, that's it. I had defeated the wither in hardcore Minecraft on Bedrock edition whilst being severely undergeared. But before I could craft a beacon and enjoy the fruits of my labor, I had to get back home. But unfortunately, my elytra was of course still broken, so I had to spend the rest of day 86 just walking back. I wasn't actually bothered though, I was just so grateful to be alive. On day 87, I was back home, but I needed to relax a little bit after all of those near-death experiences. I noticed that a lot of my armor didn't have any mending, so after trading some more sticks for emeralds, I bought another mending book. I put this one on my leggings. But now it was time to craft my beacon. But unfortunately, because I'm poor, I only had enough valuable blocks to make a 1-layer beacon. But that was fine for now. I decided to put speed 1 on my beacon so that I could walk around my area just that little bit faster. Because now, with only 12 days left, it was time to complete the last goal of these 100 days. To build something. Yes, literally anything. I'm setting the bar very low for this, because like I said in my intro, building isn't something I do nearly enough of in this game. I thought about making a house, but decided against it because I didn't really need one. Instead, I had the idea to make a decorated farming area with all of the crop farms that I would need. I knew that I would want to build out of spruce, but I didn't currently have any spruce to my name. So after enchanting a bit of a better axe, I spent the entirety of day 89 just chopping down big spruce trees. I started working on some new crop farms on day 90. What I wanted was an 18 by 18 block area for each crop. This farm was for carrots and this one was for potatoes. I decided to not make a beetroot farm because I didn't think I would literally ever need it in my entire life. So instead I figured that just having sugarcane, potatoes, carrots, and wheat would definitely be good enough. Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering where I got these carrots from, well, I can show you now, but just don't call the police on me. On day 93, I took a quick break to fly around the area. Since getting my elytra, I hadn't taken too much time to have a look at the surrounding area, so that's what I spent the better part of today doing. Like I mentioned at the start of this video, I chose a seed that had every single Minecraft biome nearby. So because of this, it was actually pretty fun just looking around. I also looted a ruined nether portal, a pillager outpost, and even a floating shipwreck, but unfortunately, I didn't really get anything of value. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I did get some potatoes from the pillager outpost, which I did need to start my potato farm, but I did also find a few potatoes from the village, so it wasn't that necessary for me to find more. Anyway, now that I had my 4 crop farms that I wanted, on day 94, it was now time to start decorating. So I hope you enjoy the second montage of this video. And just like that, on day 100, I had finished decorating my farming area, meaning that I had completed all 4 goals that I set out to achieve in 100 days of Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. I've really enjoyed this world, so if you would like to see me continue and survive 200 days, then please let me know in the comment section, as well as showing your support by subscribing to the channel. Thank you all so much for watching this long video. From the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate it. But with all of that said, this was 100 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. In this video, I'm gonna be surviving 200 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. If you haven't seen the first 100 days, then I thoroughly encourage you to watch that video before you watch this one. But before we start, let me quickly run you through the goals that I have for these next 100 days. The first goal I have is to get full netherite gear. I pretty much already have maxed enchants from the last 100 days, so to get my perfect set of gear, all I need to do is convert it to netherite. After that, I want to actually raid that woodland mansion that is really near my base. I didn't end up raiding it in the first 100 days, so I figured that it would be fitting to do it in this video, and if I'm lucky, I may even walk away with some totems as well, which obviously is very helpful in hardcore. The next goal that I have for this video is to build a house. That may sound pretty weird, but I actually didn't get around to building a house in the first 100 days, so to make up for that in this video, I'm gonna go all out. I'm planning to build a massive wooden mansion. That way I actually have something to call home. But finally, the last goal I have is to get a full sextuple beacon, which of course involves killing 5 more withers and gathering all of the mineral blocks required to fully power them all with level 2. One last thing though before we start, if you guys could leave a like and subscribe to the channel, that would honestly mean so much to me, as I'm trying my best to reach 10,000 subscribers, and thanks to you guys, we're getting pretty close. But with all of that said, let 200 days commence. And here we are, on day 101. I wanted to get to work on the first goal of this video immediately, to get full netherite gear. So after watching this cute panda sadly despawn, I ventured into the nether. The first thing I wanted to do though was actually to move my nether portal down to Y15. The reason for this was so I wouldn't have to climb up and down the stairs each time I was changing dimensions. So with my newly placed portal linked up to my base, I wanted to start gathering ancient debris. But first, I needed to decide the method of ancient debris gathering that I would use. I thought about using beds or TNT, but if you've watched my channel before, you probably know that there is something I find a little more enjoyable, and that is hand digging with a pickaxe. The only problem with that method though is that your inventory gets filled up really fast, and seeing that this is still the early game in this world, I wanted to keep everything that I mined, and instead of constantly traveling back and forth into the overworld just to dump my inventory into my chest monster, I figured that having some shulker boxes on hand would probably be a better option. The only thing is though, I didn't have any shulker boxes, so I had to travel all the way to the stronghold so that I could visit the end and gather some. Luckily, I didn't actually explore the end city that I got my elytra from, so there was an absolute ton of shulkers there ready to be killed. 49 shulker shells worth to be exact. I also got some diamonds and a couple of pieces of pretty good armor as well, which was nice. This mission was successful. I began day 103 by crafting 24 shulker boxes and almost filling up my entire ender chest. I was now ready to dig out a big chunk in the nether so that I could find some ancient debris. So after watching this cute panda sadly despawn, it was time to get to work. So I hope you enjoy this super fast ancient debris mining time lapse. And by day 107, I had gathered 19 ancient debris, which was about half of what I needed for a full set of gear. But unfortunately, I needed to take a break. The reason for this was because I needed to repair my pickaxes at the creeper farm, as they were almost out of durability. And once my pickaxes had been repaired, it was back to mining. And by day 109, I had gathered all 40 pieces of ancient debris that I needed. I wasn't sure if I'd have enough gold to craft all of the netherite ingots, but then I remembered about the gold nuggets that I had just mined in the nether, and luckily I had way more than enough gold from that. So after waiting for my furnace to do its thing, on day 110 I crafted all 10 netherite ingots, made a smithing table, and I was finally ready to turn all of my gear into netherite. But then I remembered something. Since the 1.20 update, there is actually now one more step necessary to turn diamond gear into netherite, and that is an upgrade token, which I didn't have. As I can't lie, I may have completely forgot about that feature. If you weren't aware, these upgrade tokens can only be found in bastions, so I needed to head into the nether to find some. Before I went though, I let my frustration out on this drowned, and to my surprise, I actually got a trident from it, which was nice. For some reason, watching that water zombie sadly pass away inspired me to go kill this cute panda as well. Anyway, panda murdering aside, it was now time to head into the nether in search of a bastion. And after just a few minutes of flying around, I found a bastion very quickly. But as I went in, I almost immediately flipping died. These piglin brutes are absolutely lethal and are actually known for ending hardcore worlds, so I needed to be careful. Because the only thing I cared about in this bastion was looting the chests, I decided to use an entity x-ray pack so that I could see exactly where the chests were through the walls, and therefore all I had to do was just mine myself in. You may consider this to be somewhat cheaty, but this is my single player world, therefore I'll play this how I want, and in my personal opinion, I don't really consider this cheating. Anyway, after only a few chests, I managed to find the upgrade token that I needed. I only needed one, because if you didn't know, you can actually dupe more of these tokens if you want to, just by using some diamonds and a piece of netherrack. So with my singular upgrade token acquired, I got out of the dangerous bastion as fast as I could and returned back home to the overworld. Once I was back home, I realized that I only had enough diamonds to dupe 3 more upgrade tokens, and I needed 11 upgrade tokens in total, so that I would have 1 left over after using the other 10 on my gear. So unfortunately, I was forced to go down into the strip mines to find the rest of the diamonds that I needed. But luckily, after only 1 day of mining, I was able to get just over an entire stack of diamonds, which was actually enough to craft the rest of the upgrade tokens that I needed. So without hesitating, I crafted a smithing table and converted all of my gear to netherite. I can't lie, I was feeling pretty fancy. On day 112, with my new god armor, I figured that I would be ready for the second goal of this video, to raid the woodland mansion that had been staring at me for the past 112 days. So without dwelling, I broke in through a window, and straight away there were a few pillagers, or evokers, or whatever you call them, as well as some vexes, so I got slightly worried that I was gonna get low in health, but surprisingly enough, they barely did any damage. I guess woodland mansions really just aren't too dangerous when you have full protection for netherite armor. After a few minutes of exploring and killing evokers, I stumbled across the library. I was honestly shocked at how many bookshelves there were here. This would have been so useful to find 100 days ago, all the way back when I was grinding for an enchant setup. Anyway, because I'm poor, I broke down all 3 stacks of these bookshelves and took them all with me. You never know when they might come in handy. I also found some pumpkins, which would also be very handy in the future. It was at this point though that I realized that I had got a totem from one of the pillagers I killed earlier. I didn't even notice when it happened, but I would consider that once you've collected a totem of undying, you've essentially completed a woodland mansion. There really isn't much else to do here. So before something bad happened, I got out of there as soon as possible. And just like that, the second goal of 200 days was completed. On day 113, I wanted to get straight into the third goal of this video, to create a wooden mansion. Now this mansion is obviously going to take quite a few materials, mainly of which I didn't have, so I had to spend the next few days gathering shulkers upon shulkers of spruce logs, dark oak logs, jungle leaves, stone bricks, panda blood. Wait a second. The fuck? Anyway, after 17 days of just gathering materials, on day 130, it was finally time to begin construction on this house. So, let the building montage commence. So, after 40 days of building, the house was finally not completed. Yeah, I'm probably around halfway done with this project, but I'm not gonna lie, I got pretty bored of building, so I decided to take a break from building the house and focus on the other main goal that I still had left to do in this video, and that was to kill 5 more withers, gather an absolute ton of mineral blocks, and make a sextuple beacon. So, first things first, I needed to collect some wither skeleton skulls. So, it's into the nether I go. Luckily, I remembered that there was actually a fortress extremely nearby, so I could get to work hunting wither skeleton skulls straight away. And after about an hour, I managed to get 10 skulls, which was pretty good. I needed 15 in total for all 5 withers, but I decided to leave the nether for now. The reason for this was because I had enough skulls to kill 3 withers, and I figured that I'd fight those 3 now and collect the rest of the skulls for the other 2 later. So after flying a couple thousand blocks away from my base, I spawned in all 3 withers at once. Yes, you heard that right, at the same time. Let's just hope that this doesn't go wrong, because of course this is hardcore, and if I die, this series is over. If you weren't aware, right now there is a bug in Bedrock Edition where the wither will not actually poison you like it normally does, which is mainly what makes wither fights actually difficult in the first place, so not having to deal with that definitely made this fight a whole lot easier. I went ahead and did my usual strat of playing ping pong with the withers, which is basically where I just fly back and forth with my elytra and hitting them with my sword as I fly past. This strategy was working very well, and I was doing plenty of damage to all of the withers, whilst also not getting too low in health. One problem quickly occurred though. For some reason, all 3 withers were just slowly rising higher and higher into the sky. By the time I had got all of the withers down to half health, health. We were all literally at Y1000, which is just ridiculous. I know Bedrock is known for weird things like this, but this is just next level broken. Anyway, once the withers had got down to half health, all three of them flew straight downwards into the ground. Yes, I'm not joking, these withers flew downwards an entire kilometer. I have no idea why I play Bedrock. Because the withers were shooting downwards so incredibly fast, I couldn't actually keep up with them, and I had no idea where they went. Once I had got down to the ground, there were no withers in sight. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty worried that I had just let 3 withers out into the loose, and that they were gonna roam around my world until I found them. I flew back up to Y1000 just in case they had flew back up there, but no, there was not a single wither to be seen. I persevered though. I wasn't gonna stop looking until I found them. They had to be somewhere, right? Well, after a few minutes of flying around aimlessly, I noticed that the sky had changed color. If you didn't know, this means that there was a wither nearby. I looked around and couldn't see any on ground level, meaning that they must have been in the sky. So I used my client to turn on hitboxes, and sure enough, I could see a wither very high up there. It wasn't all 3, but that was okay, because that means that I could just focus on killing this one wither for now. But after I got a few more hits on him, bro did the same thing again, and he shot all the way down to the ground. Luckily, I was able to keep up with him this time, and I was able to continue the fight on the land. Somehow, I managed to completely flawless the wither from this point onwards. Because of the bug that I mentioned earlier, I really didn't take too much damage, and I was able to finish off wither number 1 very quickly. For a second, I couldn't spot where the nether star had landed, but I found it pretty fast, and I was relieved that 1 out of 3 withers were defeated. Now it was time to try and find the other 2. Luckily, I saw one in the distance straight away, and after flexing so hard with this water bucket MLG, it was time to take out wither number 2. And straight away, he kind of got stuck on the ground somehow. I'm not sure why he couldn't really move, but I was able to deal an absolute ton of damage within just a matter of seconds. And then I finished him off with the good old-fashioned ping-pong method. With the second nether star obtained, the only thing left to do to win this battle was to find the last wither and defeat it. Luckily, I found the last wither high up in the sky, and once again, as I got close to it, it dropped down to the ground instantly. This wither, however, spawned some wither skeletons, and by some stroke of luck, one of the skeletons actually dropped a wither skull, which was perfect, as I still needed a few more skulls for the other 2 withers that I'll fight later in the video. Unfortunately, this fight wasn't gonna be as smooth as my other 2. As I was trying to pick up the skull, the wither got me all the way down to 2 hearts. I did still have my totem, so I probably would have been fine, but this still was pretty scary. Anyway, after that, I managed to pretty easily defeat the last wither by using the trusty ping-pong method. And just like that, after quite the battle, I had managed to defeat all 3 withers. It wasn't really at the same time like I intended it to be, but oh well, I was just glad to get that over with. So after doing my celebratory MLG and watching the nether star gracefully fall from the sky, it was time to head back home. Also, here's another look at my half-built house. I don't think I gave it enough screen time before, so here you go, I guess. Anyway, as you can see in my inventory, I have 3 nether stars and 2 extra wither skeleton skulls, meaning that I need to collect 4 more skulls to kill 2 more withers and make all of the beacons that I need for this sextuple setup. So after collecting my leftover gunpowder from my creeper farm to make more firework rockets, as well as watching this cute panda sadly despawn, it was time to head back into the nether to collect those 4 wither skeleton skulls that I needed. And by day 158, I had all of the skulls that I needed. So I once again flew a few thousand blocks away to fight the final two withers. You've literally just seen me fight withers, so I'm just gonna skip through these. I was able to take these two out pretty easily, ignoring the time that I accidentally popped my singular totem. But, you know, we don't need to talk about that. But yeah, after 8 days of grinding, I finally had 5 wither stars to my name. So, after quickly going to the end to gather some obsidian, as well as smelting some sand for glass, on day 160, I was able to craft 5 more beacons. So, it was now finally time to construct this sextuple pyramid. But, unfortunately, there was one very small issue. I had absolutely nowhere near enough mineral blocks, so for now, these beacons had to be floating. So at this point, there was only one thing on my mind, and that was to harvest my crop farms. After I'd finished with that, there was only one thing on my mind, and that was to gather all of the mineral blocks necessary for this beacon. So I thought about making an iron farm, but I'm not gonna lie, I really just could not be bothered, so I opted to just go mining instead. But first, before I got to work, I quickly decided to link up a nether portal from the stronghold on day 161. The reason for this was because I was planning on doing a big project in the end in the next episode of this series, and I didn't fancy flying back and forth 1,000 blocks each time I wanted to switch dimensions. Luckily, I already had a big area dug out from the ancient debris gathering at the start of this video, so luckily the stronghold portal just linked up in this hole at the bottom of the nether. Okay, enough dilly-dallying. It was now time to mine all of the mineral blocks that I would need. And finally, by day 170, I had gathered all of the iron and gold for this sextuple beacon. The only thing left to do was to power them all with level 2 effects, and place some blue glass to make these wonderful blue beams. And just like that, the third goal of these 100 days was completed. But you might be asking to yourself, Smurf, what's the last goal again? Well, let me remind you. This house is still not completed, so with 30 days left, we should probably change that. So please enjoy the last montage of this video. And just like that, it was day 200. I had done it. I had survived 200 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. Unfortunately, I didn't quite have enough time to finish the interior of the house in this video, so that will have to be something we do at the start of 300 days, as well as actually moving in, of course. What do you guys think of this house? Let me know in the comment section below. Anyway, after watching this cute panda sadly despawn, it was now time to watch the sunset and celebrate 200 days in this world. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed, please consider leaving a like and also subscribing to the channel. I'm getting closer and closer to 10,000 subscribers, so if you could help me out, that would mean so much to me. Anyway, this was 200 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. In this video, I'm gonna be surviving 300 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. I have a few goals that I want to achieve in these next 100 days. The first goal I have is to finish building my house. In the last episode, I constructed a pretty large building in my world, but I didn't quite have enough time to finish the interior, so that's what I'm gonna do today. After that, I want to build a gold farm. Gold farms are very easy to make on Bedrock, and they are insanely OP. Once I achieve this goal, I shouldn't ever have to worry about experience or mineral blocks for beacons anytime soon. Next up, I want to respawn and kill 19 more ender dragons so that I can unlock all of the end gateways. I want to build a huge panda next to my house to represent all of the cute pandas who have sadly despawned. Anyway, last but not least, the fifth goal I have for these 100 days is to completely destroy all of the obsidian pillars in the end. Why am I doing this, you may ask? Well, for fun, I guess? I don't know, don't question it. Real quick though, before we start, if you guys could consider leaving a like and also subscribing to the channel, I would really appreciate that, as we're getting very close to 10,000 subscribers. Anyway, with all of that said, let 300 days commence. And here we are, on day 201. It felt fantastic to be back in this world, so I decided to celebrate the start of this video by watching this cute panda sadly despawn. After taking a look at the building I had created in the last episode, it was time to get to work finishing this interior. So please enjoy this super fast building montage. And by day 204, I had fully finished the interior of this house. So after watching this cute panda sadly despawn, I flew up into the sky to give you a good look at what I had constructed. The past version of me spent about 5 minutes walking around the entire house, trying to give you a detailed tour of the interior. But chances are you probably don't care that much, so I'll just speed this up for you. You'll be seeing the interior of this house for probably the rest of the series. There was a slight issue though. I technically had this really big wooden mansion, but because all of my stuff was stored in a chest monster outside, I technically hadn't moved in yet. To really call this place home, I needed to make a storage system. When I was deciding where to put this, ironically, the interior that I had just spent over an hour making didn't really have any good spots for it. So I decided to do the only logical thing and spend the next few days digging out a basement. Now this would be perfect for my storage system. Luckily, I already had haste from the beacons next to my house, so digging out this area didn't actually take too long. I tried making this weird spruce design mine to put my chests in, and I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't really a huge fan, but I decided to go with it for now. I'll probably change this in the next episode. Anyway, after a few days of just transporting my items, on day 218, I had finally moved in to my house. I quickly realized though that I was running extremely low on food. I literally had 2 pieces of bread to my name. Luckily though, I had a huge wheat farm in my farming area from the first episode that was ready to be harvested. And once it was harvested, I now had 2 stacks of food. Nice. Unfortunately though, I did have to witness the brutal murder of multiple cute pandas right outside of my house. What a shame. On day 220, it was time to begin working on the next goal of this video, to construct a gold farm. But first, I needed to collect the materials. The design I picked was by Silent Whisperer, and I had already built this exact farm on my Truly Bedrock series a few months ago, so I knew it was reliable. I pretty much had all of the materials in my storage system already, so I just had to spend a couple of days crafting. For some reason, I decided to complete a different goal before I build this farm, and that was to respawn and kill 19 more ender dragons to unlock all of the gateways. In order to respawn 19 ender dragons, you need to craft 36 end crystals, and if you didn't know, end crystals are made up of ghast tears, but I didn't have a single ghast tear to my name, so I had to spend day 223 flying around in the nether killing ghasts. But by day 224, with all of the crystals that I needed, it was time to start killing these ender dragons. And just like that, on day 229, all of the ender dragons had been defeated. All done without any near-death experiences. Bedrock Edition has this really weird glitch where the second dragon you kill in your world will actually spawn a dragon egg, meaning that I now have 2 dragon eggs in my world, which, to be honest, is basically just a Bedrock Edition exclusive feature at this point, seeing as this bug has been a thing for years. I spent day 230 AFK at my creeper farm. This was because I had just ran out of firework rockets. Luckily, one day AFK at this farm solves that issue for now. Okay, you may be wondering, Smurf, what's next in this video? Are you gonna finally build that gold farm now? Well, dear viewer, for some reason, I didn't feel like it yet, so instead, we're gonna start working on another goal I had for this video, to completely mine all of the obsidian pillars. Like I already said in the intro, I don't particularly have a great reason for doing this, besides that it's gonna be fun, and the end will look very funny without these big pillars. But most importantly, I'll have a lifetime supply of obsidian, I guess. So without any further ado, let's get to work. And by day 257, I had mined all of the obsidian towers down to ground level. So after many hours of mining, I was about halfway there. But I needed a break from this, so after transporting my beacon back home, it was finally time to build this gold farm. I already had the materials from earlier, so please enjoy this construction montage. And on day 264, the gold farm was fully completed. If you're a Java player watching this and you're slightly confused, let me really quickly explain pretty much how this farm works. So in Bedrock Edition, there's actually a bug where if you light a nether portal, there's a chance of spawning a zombie pigman. So using some lava and some powdered snow, I have a fire tick system which lights the portals on and off super fast. Once the pigmen spawn, they drop down into the water streams and automatically get killed by some trident killers. All of the gold and rotten flesh goes directly into some storage, and the experience goes straight to me. This literally took me less than an hour to build, and it's actually one of the best XP farms in Bedrock, so I would thoroughly recommend building this in your world. I'll leave a link to Silent Whisperer's tutorial in the description. Anyway, due to the completion of this farm, I was in a fantastic mood. Well, that was until I saw these cute pandas sadly despawn. Wow. That really brought a tear to my eye. So, to show my respect to these cute pandas who were tragically no longer living, I had the idea to build a huge panda next to my house. All I would need for this is some concrete of a few different colours. I didn't have to worry about white dye, as I had a bunch of bones from digging up some fossils in the nether. And I didn't have to worry about black dye either, because I have a resource pack in my world that allows me to turn coal into black dye. If you're wanting to get this pack yourself, it's from bedrocktweaks.net. Anyway, after realizing that I didn't have to worry about gathering materials at all, it was time to build this panda.
A few moments later.
And after a few days of building, this huge panda was now in my world. This really is a dream come true. But then, I realized that I still had one goal left, and that was to finish mining these end pillars. Right now, I've got them down to surface level, but end pillars go all the way under the end island, so I've got some more work to do. With 27 days left, it was a race against the clock to finish this last goal, but somehow I managed to finish mining the last piece of obsidian on day 300, meaning that I had achieved all of the goals that I set myself for 300 days. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed, please consider leaving a like and also subscribing to the channel, as I'm trying my best to reach 10,000 subscribers. Anyway, with all of that said, this was 300 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. In this video, I'm gonna be surviving 400 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this adventure. And here we are on day 301. Man, it feels so good to be back in this world. I want to get to work immediately on the first goal of this video, and that is to place a huge floor at the bottom of the end dimension. This floor is going to be made out of black glass, and obviously glass is made out of sand. But unfortunately, I actually don't have a single piece of sand to my name. Luckily though, believe it or not, there's actually a massive desert right on my doorstep. So there's only really one solution, and that is to fill up all of my shulker boxes with sand. Conveniently enough, I have exactly one ender chest full with shulker boxes, which is equivalent to 47,000 sand. That should definitely be more than enough. So without any further ado, let's get to work. Okay, and quite a few hours have now passed. As you can see in the top left of my screen, it is now day 318, and I have now filled all of these shulker boxes to the brim with sand. If we step outside here, let me show you the desert. As you can see, I may or may not have completely demolished a big chunk here. I figured that just flattening an area would look pretty cool, and yeah, this looks kind of crazy. But you may be asking asking to yourself, Smurf, what's the next step? Well, I need to smelt all of this sand into glass, and something tells me that this singular furnace is not gonna cut it. If I was to try and smelt 50,000 sand in one furnace, it would probably take the rest of these 100 days, which would just make a boring video. So instead, I think I'm going to build a super smelter. I found a pretty simple design from this guy named 1UpMC, and this super smelter has about 32 furnaces. And I've done the math, and if my calculations are correct, with this design, it should only take a few hours to smelt all of the sand that I need, which is not too shabby. Before I build it though, I need to collect the materials. So first up, 32 furnaces. That should be about 4 stacks of cobblestone, and then I can just craft them just like that. 2 minecart chests. Well, I need 4 logs to make the 2 chests, and then I need 10 iron ingots to make the 2 minecarts, and then I can just, combine them together. Perfect. I'm just gonna go through the rest of this list off camera, and I'm praying that I'll have everything I need in my storage. Okay, good news. I had everything that I needed in my storage system. As you can see here, I didn't have to go out and gather anything, which was pretty nice. So after watching this cute panda sadly despawn, it is now time to enjoy the first montage of this video. Okay, and just like that, the super smelter is complete. That actually took like no time at all. I was expecting it to take way longer, but no, I got this done in literally a matter of minutes. So this is a 32 furnace design, and the way it works is really simple. So I put the items that I want to smelt in this minecart chest here, and then the double chest on top of that is where I put the fuel. Then all I've got to do is just flick the lever on, and just like that, all of the furnaces light up and smelt all of my items. Once they have been smelted, they all just land in this chest here. So it works pretty well. However, there is one very small issue. I do not have anywhere near enough fuel. But I have a solution to that, and that is to build a bamboo farm, because bamboo farms generate a ton of bamboo super fast, and in my opinion, this is the fastest way to get your hands on a ton of fuel. So once again, I'm 99% sure that I'm gonna have all of the materials already, and I already know what design I'm gonna use. This one right here from my good friend Slack Lizard. So yeah, let's build this. Okay, the bamboo farm has now been built. The way it works is very simple. The bamboo grows and then it just gets pushed forward by the pistons into these hoppers which go into this chest. So that's the fuel for this super smelter fully taken care of. Now the only thing I have to do is just smelt all of the sand. This is gonna take a while. Okay, so it's been a few hours. As you can see in the top left, it is now day 328. And if we take a look in these shulker boxes, all of the sand has now smelted into glass, which is awesome. I was originally planning to use black glass because I thought that that would sort of blend in with the void a bit, but I really don't fancy making a squid farm for black dye, so instead I think I'm just going to use regular glass. So with all of my shulker boxes packed up in my ender chest, let's head to the nether so that I can fly to my end portal and step in to the end dimension. We are probably going to be in this place for quite a while, so the plan is to place all of the glass on Y0, which is going to be really risky because, ouch, whoops, I did not mean to look at an enderman. But yeah, as I was saying, this is going to be pretty risky because if I make one wrong move and I accidentally step off of the glass, this world and therefore this series is going to be over. So I'm going to have to be really careful. Anyway, I'm gonna make this in a circle shape, and I think it's gonna have a diameter of 250 blocks, because I believe that should be enough to cover the entire end island. At some point in this world, I'll probably expand this and make the floor go really far out in the end, but for now, I do not have the time or the resources to do that. So we're gonna start off with this circle. So first things first, we need to outline the entire shape. So let me quickly get some endstone blocks so that I can tower down to Y level 0. And yes, this bridging method is in fact a Bedrock edition exclusive. Well, here we are at the bottom of the end. Excuse what I said earlier, this platform is actually going to be at Y1, not Y0, because apparently there's another height limit for building at the bottom of the world, and I can't go below Y1, which is fine. Anyway, now it's time to begin building this circle. So let me search Minecraft circle generator. This one should be good. Then let's change this to a diameter of 250, just like that. Let's make this really big on my screen, and let's change this to thin. Now I can see this pretty humongous outline. Now if I just put this on my other monitor, I can just follow along. So let me get my glass out and start building. Oh my gosh, I am honestly at a loss for words. I was totally expecting to make a bunch of mistakes, and I thought I'd have to redo this a bunch of times, but somehow I managed to build it all perfect straight away, which I am not complaining about. As you can see, I've placed this endstone here to just represent the middles of the circle, but I've also placed a bunch of temporary endstone blocks here when I was placing this outline, so let me just carefully go around here and take out all of these filler blocks. And just like that, all of the endstone has now been mined out, and oh my gosh, I am looking forward to seeing how this place looks with all of this glass. So now I've got the outline fully completed, I've got all of the glass right here in my ender chest, so there's nothing left to wait for. Right now it's day 331. Let's see how long this takes for me to place 50,000 glass. 0 shulkers, 1 shulker, 2 shulkers, 3 shulkers, 4 shulkers, 5 shulkers, 6 shulkers, 7 shulkers, 8 shulkers, 9 shulkers, 10 shulkers, 11 shulkers. Okay, so I just got ridiculously close to dying and losing this world forever. I honestly have no idea how I didn't die, but ignoring that, this is now 12 shulkers, 14 shulkers, 15 shulkers, 16 shulkers. Okay, I'm gonna be doing these updates from a different angle now. So with that said, 17 shulker boxes, 18 shulker boxes, 19 shulkers, 20 shulkers, 21 shulkers. Also, by the way, if you're wondering, yes, I am actually getting pretty bored now. 22 shulkers, 24 shulkers, 25 shulkers, 26 shulkers. Oh no. Oh, jeez. Well, that's my 27th shulker of glass fully placed, and I still have quite a bit left to do. I guess my estimations weren't fully accurate. If I had to make a guess, I would probably say that there's about 2 shulkers left of glass to place here, but seeing as my last prediction was slightly too low, I think I'm just gonna get 3 shulkers. That way, I'll definitely be on the safe side. So, let's head back into the overworld, head to the desert, so I can collect 3 shulkers of sand. Okay, and those are the 3 shulkers of sand. Now all I have to do is put them into my super smelter to convert them to glass. Now I've just got to place these last few bits of glass and then I'll be done with this project. And just like that, all of the glass has been completed. We now have a huge glass circle at the bottom of the end. This honestly looks so cool. Also, in case you were wondering, I was actually pretty close with my estimation. Just over 2.5 shulkers were left. You may have noticed, but this entire time, I actually haven't had my main texture pack on, and the reason for that is because in my main texture pack, I have something called connected glass, which looks pretty cool, but when you're actually building out of glass, it is a little hard to see. But now that all of the glass has been placed, I can now put my texture pack back on. So now it's time to see what this actually looks like with my texture pack, and oh my gosh, this actually blends in really well with the void. I thought I would need black glass to have this effect, but I guess not. This actually looks pretty awesome. I kind of look like I'm walking on the void, which is kind of funny, but I also do kind of like the look of the visible glass, so let me know in the comment section which type of glass do you guys prefer. I might change this back later, depending on how you guys feel. Anyway, let's gather up these couple of shulker boxes, and on day 346 we can finally get out of the end. This mission was successful. If I ever accidentally fall off of the end dimension, I can just land here and not die to the void. Anyway, let's head back home, enter my house, and put the remainder of my shulker boxes away. So now I think it's time to begin working on the next project of this video, and that is to make an actual storage system, because this is not gonna cut it. Number one, this design that I made while being sleep deprived is pretty horrendous, and number two, this thing is completely manual. It isn't automatic at all, so I think we should just start fresh. First things first, I need to remove this ugly decoration. Well, there's pretty much all of the rubbish that I had placed fully mined out, and yeah, as you can see, this has left some weird holes in the wall. I know that I'm gonna have my storage system in this new basement here, but I don't think I'm gonna have enough space. So before I get to decorating the room and building the storage system, I actually need to expand this place. So I'm gonna get to work and destroy this pickaxe. Okay, so it's a few hours later, and as you can see, I've made some progress. This might seem slightly overkill, but I've decided that I'm basically gonna have all of my stuff in this underground basement. So I figured I'd just go all out and make this a 100 by 100 area. So I'm in the process of flattening all of this down to the ground, but this is taking a while, and at this rate, by the time I've cleared the rest of these blocks out, it will be day 400. And I want to at least start the storage system in this video, so I have a plan. The storage system that I'm gonna make is gonna be in a cross shape, so there'll be 4 chest halls all connected in the middle, and then I'll have rooms for other stuff on the 4 corners, which is making me now realize that this super smelter and this bamboo farm are basically located completely in the wrong place. So this is kind of painful to do, but we should probably get to work removing these. I know I've just built them in this video, but don't worry guys, I will relocate these in the next episode. Also, apparently I'm getting all of the the XP from these hoppers. That's kind of weird. But yeah, I'll see you guys once I've temporarily removed these builds. Okay, they're both gone now. That was kind of depressing, but whatever. In the next episode, I'll build them both much bigger and much better, so it's fine. Anyway, as I was saying about my storage system, it's gonna be in the form of kind of like a plus shape. So in the center here, I'll have one hole going that way, one hole going that way, one hole this way, and then of course, one hole that way. Because I don't want to spend the rest of this episode just digging out this entire basement, I think it would be smarter to just dig out the holes for now, and then leave the rest, like I said, for the next episode. So basically, the only digging I have left to do today is just digging out the holes for my storage. I just need to work out how wide these walls are gonna be. Okay, it's a little while later now, and I've done some head scratching. I think having these holes 25 blocks wide is gonna be perfect. And 25 blocks also happens to be exactly 1/4 of the entire length. So that's just pretty nice. So yeah, I'll see you guys once I've dug out these 4 main tunnels. Hopefully this shouldn't take too long. Okay, it's about 2 hours later, and as you can see, all the 4 holes are now fully dug out, which means I can finally start working on the storage. So first of all, I obviously need to place all of the chests. I have a feeling that I'm gonna have to go and chop down a bunch of trees to get all the wood I need, but first, let's just see what I've got inside of my chest monster. Okay, I've been through my chest monster, and I'm not gonna lie, I actually have a lot more wood than I realized. I totally forgot about all of the jungle trees that I chopped down in the first episode. So yeah, let me craft all of these logs into chests so that I can see exactly where we're at. Okay, I've crafted all of those logs into chests, and I actually have over an entire double chest. And according to my calculations, I need roughly just over 1 double chest of chests, if that makes sense. That doesn't account for the hoppers. That only accounts for the chests I need to place and not the hoppers running into the back of the chests, because you obviously need more chests to craft hoppers, but we don't need to worry about hoppers for the time being. For now, I just need to place all of these chests. I'm hoping that I'll have enough. Okay, cool. I actually had enough chests. So as I previously mentioned, this storage system is gonna be fully automatic. But I don't think I'm gonna do the redstone in this video, because that would involve making an iron farm for hoppers. So instead, I think I'm gonna do the redstone in the next episode, and instead I'll use the rest of this episode to make the decoration for this storage room. I've already designed how I want this place to be in a creative world, and I'm not gonna lie, for my standards, I'm pretty proud of what I've designed. So hopefully I'll have enough time to finish it in this episode. The first material that I'm gonna need a bunch of is actually black concrete. You might be thinking that in order to get a bunch of black dye, I'm gonna need to kill a bunch of squids, but as I previously mentioned in a different episode, I actually have a resource pack that allows me to turn coal into black dye. So I went ahead and went through my entire chest monster to see just how much coal I have, and after crafting it all into black dye, I realized that I actually had enough. But to make black concrete, you need sand and gravel as well. So I had to do some manual collecting in the desert and in the bottom of the ocean. So that's all of the black concrete I needed. The next material that I needed a bunch of was quartz. Luckily though, if you remember in the first episode of this series, I actually gathered a bunch of quartz in the nether for XP. So because of that, I don't think I'm gonna have to collect any more. Anyway, the last material that I'm gonna need is actually lime concrete and lime stained glass. So basically, I need a bunch of lime dye, and to make lime dye, you need white dye and green green dye. I already have a ton of white dye from digging up fossils in the nether, but I don't have any green dye to my name. So to solve that issue, I spent a few days chopping down cactus in the desert. Anyway, with all of the lime dye acquired, that marks all of the materials I need. So please enjoy this construction montage. And just like that, the decoration for the storage room was completed. I designed this entire thing myself, and I'm not gonna lie, for my building standards, I'm pretty proud of this. Let me know in the comment section what you guys think of this design. Anyway, the eagle-eyed amongst you may realize that in the top left of my screen, it's actually day 400, and at the end of that building montage, it was only day 382. So what have I been doing for the past 18 days? Well, to put it simply, I've been digging. In real life, I've actually had surgery and I've not been able to commentate, so instead, to pass the rest of the time for this video, I just dug out some more space in this underground area. This will give us plenty of space to do the redstone for the storage in the next episode, and it also gives us plenty of space to add more rooms to this base. But anyway, with all of that said, we have survived 400 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. If you enjoyed, please consider leaving a like and also subscribing to the channel. We are getting ridiculously close to 10,000 subscribers, so if you could help me out, that would really be appreciated. Anyway, with all of that said, I'll see you in the next episode. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. In this episode, we're going to be taking this world from day 400 all the way to day 500, and hopefully we'll be able to achieve lots of awesome things along the way. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this adventure. So in the last episode, we spent a long time building this storage room, which, to be honest, I really like. But there's one main issue. If we take a look here round the back, there's literally no redstone behind the chests. My intention is to make this entire thing fully automatic, but that's gonna involve a lot of hoppers. And for a bunch of hoppers, I'll need a lot of iron. But unfortunately, what you're currently looking at on your screen is literally all the iron I have to my name. And obviously, this is not gonna be anywhere near enough. I'm gonna need a lot more iron, so I can go about this one of two ways. Number one, I can spend the rest of this video manually gathering iron, or number two, I could just cave in and create an automatic iron farm. Seeing as I actually want to do some stuff in this episode, I think the latter option would probably be smarter. So let's find a design that I think would work. Okay, so I've found a design. It's by the good old Silent Whisperer, so I'm 99% sure that this is going to be very reliable. Of course, before we get to work actually building this thing, I'm gonna have to gather the materials. Luckily though, from the looks of it, this seems like a pretty cheap iron farm, and I'm not gonna need much at all. So let me... wait a second. What the heck? Silent Whisperer? Huh? Get out of here. Okay, I have absolutely no idea what that was about, but as I was saying, let me quickly go through this random chest monster, and we'll see if I have all of the materials I need. Okay, awesome. As expected, I had all of the materials in my storage, besides one thing, and that is 20 villagers. Because obviously, you need villagers for an iron farm to work. So before I actually start building the farm, I need to get my hands on 20 villagers. And because I don't want to transport 20 villagers to my base, I think I'm gonna transport 2 and then just make a villager breeder here. I think we would all agree that that would be a much smarter option. Now, if I remember correctly, I think in this desert here, there should be a village. Yep, I remembered correctly, there's one just here. Oh no, I'm starting to get slightly worried. Villagers? Hello? Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think there's any villagers left here. I guess they've all just been killed. This is not good. Oh my gosh. I guess I'm gonna have to try and find a different village. Well, I'm here on the mythical website known as Chunk Base, and it seems to me like there's a different village in the opposite direction that's about 1,000 blocks away, which isn't the best news because that means that I'm gonna have to transport 2 villagers 1,000 blocks, but there's no real other option. So let's just see if Chunk Base is actually telling me the truth or not, and let's see if there's actually a village here. Okay, cool, there is. And there's also plenty of alive villagers. So let me quickly grab 2 logs, get my crafting table out, convert those logs into planks, and craft a boat. Hey sir, fancy getting kidnapped? Don't you at me? Right, for that, you're getting in my boat. Jeez, this is gonna be a long journey back home. Okay, and there we go. That is the first villager fully transported back to my base. That wasn't actually too painful because most of the journey was actually on water, and there's now a blue parrot in the boat as well. You are not a panda, so I think I'll keep you alive. Unfortunately, that doesn't apply for this guy right here. Sorry about that, sir. Anyway, enough dilly-dallying. You, sir, please do not die. I've got my eye on you. Don't think about getting killed by a zombie or something. I'd be very sad if you did. Anyway, let's head back to the village and kidnap another villager. I'm hoping that this journey will go as smoothly as the last one. Okay, and villager number 2 is now home. That went really smoothly. So now all we have to worry about is breeding these guys. So to make villagers breed, you need 2 things. And the first thing is a bunch of beds. So let me have a quick look in my chest monster to see if I've got all of the wool. Well, flip. It turns out that I actually have 0 pieces of wool to my name. I'm not even sure how that's possible, but whatever. I do have almost 2 stacks of string though, so I can just craft that into wool, and that gives me 26 pieces. And I need 20 beds to make 20 villagers, meaning that I need 60 pieces of wool. So that means that I'm 34 short. But no worries, because I can just take 2 pieces of iron and make myself some shears so that I can jump around shearing sheep. So I'll see you guys once I've got enough wool. Okay, cool. 60 pieces of white wool are now acquired. Now I just need to really quickly chop down a couple of trees because I may or may not have used all of my logs crafting them into chests. But now I have a bunch of planks back and I can head back home and craft a bunch of beds. And seeing as I think I'm just gonna have this as a temporary villager breeder, I'm just gonna place all of the beds out here. Okay, we've done most of the things we need to do. Now there's just one step left, which is to give these guys a ton of food, and then, fingers crossed, assuming I haven't messed up and done everything completely wrong, these guys should, in theory, just, I guess, start penetrating each other. I mean breeding. Yeah, that's what you're meant to say. Anyway, you may be wondering, Smurf, what are you gonna feed these guys? Well, in the first episode of the series, I made a huge farm for wheat, potatoes, and carrots. So we should have plenty of food. Let me use my fortune pickaxe so I get a bunch of extra carrots and potatoes. And let's just grab a few carrots real quick and see if I can get a new baby villager. And then once that I can tell that this is gonna work, I'll go ahead and get the remainder of the babies. This is probably not gonna be a good idea, but I think I'm just gonna try and do this completely outside. Let's just hope that nobody escapes or gets eaten by zombies. Okay, apparently both of these guys are just stuck in the water. Not entirely sure how, But if I just get them back in the boat and place some water to get back onto the land, this should set them free. So I'll just go ahead and do the same thing with this guy. Okay, this is the moment of truth. You, sir, take some carrots. And you, sir, also take some carrots. Now do the thing. Guys? Man, what the heck? Come on, I'm not looking at all. Come on, just do the thing. There's no pressure. Where are you going? Oh, geez. This is gonna be a long day. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a break and touch some grass in real life. I know, they said it could never be done, but when I'll come back, I'll try and figure out why these guys are being difficult. Okay, I'm back, and I feel pretty stupid. Somehow, I managed to completely forget a very crucial part, and that is to have a bunch of workstations. I have no idea how I managed to forget that, but whatever. I think my workstation of choice is gonna be a bunch of smithing tables. So I'm hoping if I can get these villagers fully linked up, this should actually work now. Okay, they're both linked. Let me quickly grab a few more carrots. Now, once again, you guys take some of these and start breeding. Hey! Okay, cool. It's working now. I got slightly worried there, but from this point onwards, this should be pretty smooth sailing. Oh, hey, look, it's another brown panda. This is the second brown panda that I've seen in this world. If you guys didn't know, brown pandas are actually really rare. So I think I'm definitely gonna keep this guy forever. Oh, whoops. Oh no, I can't help myself. Aww. Anyway, got slightly distracted there, but as you can see, I now have a baby villager. So now it's just a case of continuing this grind until I have about 20 in total. Okay, and a couple of days later, I have all of the villagers I need. That did not take long at all, which was nice. As you can see, I also made this little pen here just to stop the villagers escaping. Anyway, now that I have all of these guys gathered up, that means that I technically now have all of the materials that I need for the iron farm. But before we start building it, I think I'm gonna go and quickly repair my tools at my gold farm, because let's face it, they're currently looking a little bit worse for wear. Okay, my gear is now fully repaired, so without any further ado, it is now time to build this iron farm. Well, that didn't take very long. As you saw in the montage, I ended up decorating this room as well, because I'm planning to decorate all of the rooms in this base. As you can see, I've got all of my villagers lined up on the wall here, so in a way, this doubles up as a villager trading hall. Anyway, now it was finally time to begin working on making this storage system automatic. I'm once again gonna use a design from Silent Whisperer, and I pretty much had all of the materials that I needed, besides one thing, which was of course hoppers. And to make hoppers, you need iron, which is why we built the iron farm, but you also need a lot of chests to make hoppers. And I pretty much have no wood to my name because I used it all on the storage already, so I had to spend a few days chopping down trees in the local area. So once I had acquired all of the chests I needed, it was time to AFK at my newly built iron farm to get all of the iron. So I ended up AFKing at the farm for a grand total of 45 Minecraft days. Unfortunately though, believe it or not, I only had about a quarter of all the iron I needed. needed, which was a shame because I wasn't able to complete the goal of fully automating the storage system in this episode. But I guess it's to be expected, as this is a very small and simple iron farm, so of course the rates weren't gonna be amazing. The good thing about it though is that it's built right in my base, so this thing will just be passively generating me iron as long as I'm nearby, which is nice. Anyway, with the iron that I did have, I placed all of the hoppers and redstone at the back of about a quarter of the chests. Hopefully in a couple of episodes time, we'll have enough iron to fully link this thing up. Anyway, with 22 days left of this episode, I decided that it was time to start one of the biggest projects I've ever done in my entire life. And what is this project, you may ask? Well, while I'm moving my beacon, I'll tell you. For a couple of years, I've had the idea to completely remove the end island and make my very own end hub surrounding the portal. But I've never done it because I've always played on multiplayer servers, and just removing the end isn't really something we've ever done. However, this is my single player world, meaning that I can do whatever I want. So I figured that right now is a better opportunity than ever to do this project. So first of all, I need to get rid of the end island. On Java Edition, people will typically use some TNT duping flying machines to get rid of all of the endstone. But unfortunately, TNT duping doesn't exist on Bedrock, so instead, I'm gonna get rid of this entire end island with just my pickaxe. Obviously, this is gonna take a ridiculous amount of time, so I'm not expecting to complete this project anytime soon. But I do want to make a start in this episode. So let's see how much progress I can make with my pickaxe in 21 Minecraft days, or roughly 7 hours. Okay, well, for 7 hours of digging, I'm not gonna lie, this is very underwhelming. This project is probably gonna take all year, but that's okay. If you didn't know, endstone is actually not instant mineable, which is why things like this take so long. Also, I just thought I'd mention that this glass floor that I placed at the bottom of the end in the last episode genuinely saved my life more times than I can count on my fingers. So I'm really glad that I did that project. But yeah, I hope you guys are excited for this project, and I'm looking forward to building the end hub as well. I've got it fully designed block for block, but I'm not sure when I'm gonna reveal that. I'll decide at some point. But yeah, with all of that said, it is now day 500 in this world. We are halfway there to 1,000 days, and I think I'll probably be the first person to hit 1,000 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore, which will be pretty fun. Anyway guys, thank you all so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed, please consider leaving a like and also subscribing to the channel. At the time of recording, we are 700 subscribers away from 10,000, which has basically been my main goal in life for a little while now, so if you could help me out by subscribing to the channel, I would really appreciate that. Anyway, with all of that said, I'll see you guys in the next episode. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. In the previous episode, we built an iron farm, which also works as a villager trading hall. And the reason that I did that was because I needed a ton of iron for hoppers, because we need a ton of hoppers for this automatic storage system. But unfortunately, because this iron farm is pretty slow, it only gets about 5 stacks of iron an hour. I haven't been able to place hoppers at the back of every single chest yet, so that's something that I'm gonna try and do today, because a working automatic storage system would be perfect. But first, I want to start a tradition, and that tradition is in the end here. If you guys caught the last episode, you'll know that we actually began work on a pretty insane insanely large project. And that project, as you can see if we just go into free cam here, is to completely mine the entire end island. You may be wondering to yourself, Smurf, why would you ever do that? Well, TNT duping doesn't exist in Bedrock Edition, so for projects like this, we usually have to just go the old-fashioned way, which is hand digging with a pickaxe. And there is an enderman trying to kill me. But yeah, the reason that I actually want to get rid of this end island is because I want my end hub to be a Bed Wars map, because if you guys didn't know, I used to make a lot of Bed Wars videos, and I think it would just be pretty cool. But yeah, mining this end island is gonna take absolutely ages. And obviously, I'm not gonna do it all in one video, because 100 days isn't enough time for that. So instead, I think I'm gonna start a tradition where at the start of each 100 days, which is each episode in this series, I'll spend the first 20 days making progress on this project. 20 days in the end is just under 7 hours, so throughout this series, we should make pretty fast progress. So currently, I'm working on taking out this main 100 by 100 area, because that's how far I can go out from the center whilst still having haste from this beacon. And currently, this 100 by 100 area is at Y53, so I wonder how many levels we'll be able to take out by day 520.
The next day.
Okay, and 7 hours of digging later, this area has now been dug out all the way down to Y45, which is 8 levels. So it seems to me that on average, you can basically take out 1 layer per hour. Yeah, this project is gonna take such a long time. Anyway, that is the 20 days of endstone mining completed, so we're gonna say goodbye to the end dimension for now, but we'll come back at the start of next episode. Also, in case you're wondering, yes, I am storing all of the endstone that I'm mining. Right now, all of these chests are filled up with endstone, so yeah, throughout this series, we'll just see this entire stockpile get super big. But yeah, as I said in the intro, I really want to finish automating this storage system. The thing that's holding me back is the fact that I don't have anywhere near enough hoppers. And hoppers are made out of wood and iron. I have all the wood I need, but I don't have the iron. So to get the iron, I could just AFK at my iron farm, but that would make a really boring and short video. So I'm thinking that instead, I'll just work on something else in this area, and hopefully this thing will still generate iron on the side. So what am I gonna work on? Well, I'm glad you asked. As you can see, I've got the main section of this base fully decorated, and I've also began work on decorating this iron farm and trading hall room, which is a good start, but I still have 3 rooms that are fully undecorated. Unfortunately though, the main material I need is lime concrete, and to make lime dye, you need a bunch of green dye which comes from cactus, and I don't want to go around in the desert manually gathering cactus again because that's just boring. Instead, I'm thinking that if I dedicate one of these rooms to be a big cactus farm, it will be loaded all the time along with this iron farm, and that will mean that I'll have infinite lime dye pretty much forever, which will be perfect for future projects, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to really enjoy building with this lime. Just don't tell Alien and Slates from Truly Bedrock. I feel like I'm betraying the Blue Crew here. But yeah, as I was saying, I think I'm gonna make this room here dedicated to a big cactus farm. And for the fun of it, I want to make this cactus farm really big. And I can't build it up into the sky because this is, of course, an underground base. So I think you can probably guess what's about to happen. Yep. A couple of hours have passed since that last clip, and I now have a 13 by 13 hole all the way down to bedrock. This is probably a bit overkill, but I just think having a cactus farm that goes all the way down to bedrock is gonna be so cool. But yeah, digging this hole actually only took a couple of hours, and now we can finally start building the cactus farm. So first of all, I'm gonna place some big smooth stone walls, just so it actually kind of looks nice. Okay, the smooth stone has now been placed. This actually looks pretty clean. Now it's time to actually start working on the cactus farm. I'm not really using anybody's design because cactus farms are very simple to make. So with that being said, I think I'm just gonna freestyle this, which to be honest is a slightly dangerous thought because I never freestyle my own farms. So let's hope that I don't mess everything up. Anyway, to start things off, I think I'm gonna make a little floor here, just like that. And then let's just place a row of blocks on one side. And now I'm gonna make a quick infinite water source so that I can place a bunch of water on top of these blocks. There we go. And now of course I can just get rid of this infinite water source. So now when cactuses fall, they'll just land in this water and get pushed to here. Then I can put a double chest here with some hoppers running into it, and then also some hoppers running into those hoppers. I could have done this with another water stream going sideways, I guess, but I don't really care. This works just as well. So if we drop some items here, they'll just flow down into the hoppers and then into the double chest. Okay, cool. So that's the item collection fully complete. Now I've got to actually build all of the layers of the cactus farm. So I think I'll show the first layer of how this is gonna work, and then I'll just do the rest of the layers off camera. So let's place a temporary block here so that I can place a block there. Now I'm gonna make a line of blocks just like this, and then I'm gonna take out every second block. Then I'll do the same this way, once again taking out every second block. It is a little bit annoying having to do this, but obviously you can't place blocks in midair, so it's just a necessary step of the process. So I think a 4x4 grid is going to be perfect. Now I need to place some sand on top of the blocks. Obviously I need these blocks here because otherwise the sand would just fall straight down. But yeah, then the cactus just goes on top of the sand, and I need to be careful here. If I somehow die and lose this world to a cactus, that would probably be the most embarrassing way to lose a hardcore series. But yeah, now I just need to place some fences like this. There we go. And now once the cactuses grow, they just get taken out by the fences and land in the water stream. And yeah, that is honestly pretty much it. Cactus farms are pretty much just about as simple as farms get. So that's why for once I didn't need a tutorial. Now it's just a case of building this exact thing over and over again until I get to the top. This is probably gonna take a while. Okay, and a few hours have passed since the last clip, and as you can see, the cactus farm has now been fully constructed. I believe if I fall down there, I only lose 6 hearts, so I won't die and lose this hardcore world. But yeah, if I show you here, as you can see, we only have 18 stacks of cactus, and this thing has actually been running for a few hours, and it generates a whole lot more than that. The reason that there's only 18 stacks in that chest is because, if I can actually fly out of here, you'll see that I have used a bunch of cactus for lime dye to completely decorate this room. And yeah, I've just kind of gone with the same design that I've been using in this entire base, which I've really been liking. But yeah, we now have a full cactus farm. I believe this thing is about 20 layers or something like that, so a little bit ridiculous, and I just dropped in again. Whoops. But yeah, this project was actually really easy to do, and I'm glad that we now have a huge cactus farm in this base. As well as decorating this room, I figured that I might as well just go all out and decorate the fourth and final external room in this base. Well, I guess it's not really external, it's still internal, but I mean just these little diagonal rooms outside of the main area here. And yeah, once again, I've just gone with the same design. I'm not entirely sure what this room is going to be dedicated to in the future, but for now, I've just got my temporary storage in here. But guys, that's about to change right now, because due to the fact that I've been working in this area, my iron farm has been running this entire time. And according to my calculations, I believe that I should have enough iron to make enough hoppers for the rest of this storage system. And yes, there's a cat dying right behind me. Oh my gosh. For some reason, I feel a lot of sympathy towards these cats dying, but not a lot of sympathy towards these pandas. Strange that. Oh yeah, also, forgot to say, but guys, check out this wall design. I've made this wall design on all 4 main walls of this base here, and I'm not gonna lie, I have to agree with the message. I'm getting really close to 10,000 subscribers, so if you guys could, as the wall suggests, sub. I didn't have enough space to write scribe, so if you guys could sub to the channel, that would be absolutely awesome. Anyway, enough dilly-dallying, let's place the rest of the hoppers and the rest of the redstone behind these chests. And there we go, the storage system is completed. If you look at the top left of the screen, it's actually now day 560, because I spent a ridiculous amount of time assigning the items that I wanted to be sorted in the system. So if we take a look here in the redstone, you'll see that in each of these hoppers here, I have a bunch of filler items and then the item that I want to be sorted. If we go along, you'll see that I have stone, and then cobblestone, then deep slate, etc, etc, all the way until I reach the end here. Then, on top of that, I have this row of hoppers, which just travels along on top of it, and let's say that there was an item of endstone traveling along here, it would travel along sideways and check to see if there's any endstone in here. So here, there's not any endstone, there's sand, so it would just go over to the next one, and this one has sandstone, so it would travel along again, and then this one has endstone, so it would just trickle down into this hopper and then into the bottom chest. And as you can see, I've got all of these labeled, so if I want to just grab some endstone quickly, I know exactly where to look. So these items get filled up from the bottom, but obviously things like deep slate and stone and netherrack and stuff like that seem to get built up in really large quantities. And I've only got 7 double chests for each item. So if I'm noticing that these chests are starting to really fill up, I go through and manually put them into shulker boxes, and then I put those shulker boxes in this top chest here. So that part isn't automatic, but it's just the way that I've always done it, and I don't really mind. The only thing is, this costs a lot of shulker boxes, so I had to spend a few days in the end just going from end city to end city, killing all of the shulker boxes in sight. But yeah, as you can see, I've managed to fill up about half of this entire storage system with all of the items that I have a bunch of. If we take a look at my temporary chest monster, these are just all of the items that I don't currently have an item filter for. So yeah, the last thing that I'll show you is just this input system here. What I do is I just fly up here and I can just dump my inventory into this chest. And as you can see, this input actually goes up a few levels, just so if I want to access the input to the storage from outside, I can do it from here, which is actually pretty handy. I don't have to go all the way downstairs if I don't want to. But yeah, that is the huge storage system project fully completed. My boy, this took a long time. Anyway, you may be wondering, what am I gonna do for the next 40 days? Well, there's one one item that I currently have 0 of to my name, and it's an item that is pretty important in hardcore mode, and that is a totem of undying. Having infinite totems in hardcore mode is a really smart thing to do, because obviously if you die, you don't actually die straight away and you have a chance at surviving. And I'm trying to play this world as safe as possible because I want to keep this series going for a long time, and if I don't get totems, at some point I'm definitely gonna die to something stupid. So I think it's time to build a raid farm. So I've already got all of the materials I need, and it was actually super fast gathering all of them with this new storage system. I already had everything here once again, and if you're wondering, yes, this farm is once again a design from Silent Whisperer. But yeah, the first thing that I need to do is actually find myself a pillager outpost. Okay, so according to Chunk Base, this outpost right here is the closest to my base. It's about 1,000 blocks away, which isn't the most ideal, but there's not really anything I can do about that. So without any further ado, let's build this raid farm. A boosh, a whoosh, whoosh. Whoa, awesome transition. Okay, well, the raid farm is completed. I fully intended for this to be a time lapse. However, when I was recording this, I actually had a power cut in real life, and the file that was recording when I had the power cut ended up corrupting. So there's no time lapse for you guys, I guess. But yeah, I'm not really gonna go in depth on how this thing works. It's pretty self-explanatory. Silent Whisperer's tutorial for this will be linked in the description, so if you're interested about the mechanics, you can go watch his video there. So yeah, just from a few minutes of running this farm, I already have 5 totems of undying, which will hopefully last me quite a long time. But yeah, once I actually run out of totems and I need more, I'll come back to this project and complete the storage. But yeah, for now, this mission is successful. It's a shame that the raid farm is like 1,000 blocks away, but it was just where the nearest outpost was, so there wasn't really anything I could do about that. I guess in the future, I'll just link up a portal to it. Anyway, yeah guys, that is the raid farm fully completed. The second farm that I have made in this video, which is pretty cool. The next project that I want to do today is actually in the Nether. If we take a look here, this Nether hub is a little bit pathetic. I have the portal to my house, which is here, and then all the way over there, I have a portal to the end dimension. Eventually, I want to dig out a huge area and make a really cool Nether hub, so I think I'm gonna spend a few hours just making progress on that. Currently, this place is at Y15, so I might just try and dig this down to bedrock level, which I believe is about 10 layers down. And as a byproduct of this, we'll probably get a bunch of netherite, which will be cool. Okay, well, as per usual, I may or may not have got very slightly carried away. Yeah, as you can see from the top left of my screen, it is now day 600. I ended up just mining netherrack in this area for around about 10 hours in total, which is a little bit crazy, I know. I guess I'm just a digging enthusiast. But yeah, as you can see here, I've pretty much filled up all of my leftover shulker boxes with netherrack and blackstone and quartz and even a bunch of netherite, which is pretty cool. But more importantly, I have this really big area now, which isn't quite dug down to bedrock, which I do want, so I'll have to come back here probably in a few episodes time and finish this off. But I can now use all of this space as a huge nether hub at the bottom of the nether, so it's nice and safe. And yeah, I think it's gonna look really good once it's all decorated, and I'm really excited for this project, along with all of the other awesome projects that we're going to be doing soon in this world. But anyway guys, this was 600 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. If you enjoyed, please consider leaving a like and also subscribing to the channel. We are getting so close to 10,000 subscribers now. I'm pretty sure I'm like 460 away at the time of recording. And yeah, honestly, you guys do not understand how much this means to me. I've been chasing this goal for a really long time, and yeah, it's gonna be so sick when we hit it, and I really can't thank you guys enough for watching these videos. But yeah, with all of that said, we have missed the sunset, so it's not as cool, but I will see you in the next episode. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. In this episode, we're going to be taking this world from day 600 all the way to day 700. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this adventure. I've got lots of awesome and exciting projects to do today. However, before we get into any of that, we need to do the tradition, which I've started doing at the beginning of every episode. And no, that's not killing cute pandas. Instead, it's actually doing 20 days of endstone mining. If you missed the last couple of episodes, you probably think I'm joking right now, so let me quickly explain. I recently embarked on a project which is to completely mine this entire end island with just my pickaxe. Obviously, this is gonna take a really long time, so instead of doing it all at once, I'm doing 20 days of endstone mining at the start of each episode. That way we can make some slow, consistent progress. So currently on day 601, this middle 100 by 100 area is at Y45. And 7 hours of digging later, this place is all the way down to Y37. This place is really starting to take shape now. The dent in the end island is starting to get a whole lot bigger. But with that out of the way, it is now time to start doing some new things in this episode. And the first thing that I want to do is actually start another new project. I'll explain what this project is going to be in a minute, but first I need a completely flat area. You'll see that in this desert here, I've already flattened out a pretty big section of land, just from when I needed a bunch of sand for a bunch of glass in the end dimension, but I don't think this area is gonna be big enough. So I think I'm gonna spend a little while doing even more digging, and I think I'm just gonna link up the flatland here to the flatland there. So I guess we're back to doing this. So as you can see in the top left of my screen, some time has passed since the last clip, and if we take a look here, I've cleared out a pretty big area. So the question that you're probably thinking right now is, what am I gonna build here? Well, I've spent a little while collecting and crafting all of the materials that I'm gonna need for this build. As you can see, this does seem to be a pretty weird collection of items. I wouldn't blame you if you had no idea what this is gonna be. So instead of just explaining it to you guys, let me show you a time lapse of me building this. Okay, so some of you might be able to guess what this is, but most of you are probably still very confused. So let me explain what the heck I've just built. As you can see, these are pixel arts of an iron block, some seeds, a carrot, a potato, a piece of sugarcane, a piece of cactus, a piece of gunpowder, a chest, a gold ingot, and a totem of undying. These are currently all of the items that I have farms for. The chest represents the storage system, which I know isn't technically a farm, but I don't really care. It still counts in my book. So yeah, in this area here is where I'm going to be tracking all the farms that I've built in this world, because I'm planning on continuing this hardcore series for a really long time, and I think it would be fun to just build as many farms as possible and just get infinite items, which is going to be really fun. And instead of having to remember all of the farms that I've built in my head, I figured that each time I build a new automatic farm, I'll just make a pixel art out of it, and number one, this makes this area look pretty cool, and number two, it will help me to keep track. And yeah, I've never really seen anybody else do anything like this. I just got the idea a few weeks ago, and I think it's pretty cool. So let me know in the comment section what you guys think of this. Also, while you're down there, please do consider subscribing to the channel. At the time of recording, we are currently 250 subscribers away from 10,000, which I'm just so excited for. So if you'd like to help me out, if you could subscribe, that would be absolutely awesome. Anyway, I've been standing here looking at this newly built list of farms, and I've been trying to think, what farm do I need to build the most right now? In other words, what resource do I need a lot of that I basically have zero of right now? And what resource do I hate gathering manually? Well, I've realized what it is, and without a doubt, it is shulkers. I like to use shulker boxes a lot in Minecraft. However, to get enough shulker boxes, you either need to go out and raid a bunch of end cities, or you have to build a shulker farm. And I don't currently have a shulker farm, so I think I'm gonna build one in this episode. And yes, once again, this farm is gonna be a design by Silent Whisperer. So yeah, first of all, let me go through my storage system and see if I have all of the materials that I'm gonna need. So as expected, I had all of the materials I needed in my storage system, but before I could get to work actually building the shulker farm, I needed to get my hands on 2 shulkers, because that's how shulker farms work, you know, you've got your 2 shulkers and they attack each other, which forms a new shulker to spawn and get killed. I'll leave Silent Whisperer's tutorial linked in the description because he can probably explain it a lot better than I could. But yeah, I had to get my hands on 2 shulkers, so I could just build the shulker farm next to an end city in the outer end islands, but I wanted it in the middle of the end, right above my end portal. So instead, what I did was that I built a huge straight line all the way from the center of the end, and it went all the way to the closest end city, which was about 1,000 blocks away. So then I placed rails across this entire line and got myself a couple of shulker boxes in some minecarts and transported them back home. But yeah, with my 2 shulker boxes acquired, it was time to build the farm. Okay, and there we go. The shulker farm has now been fully completed. As you can see, this thing is actually very simple, and to be honest, it didn't really take that long to build. The thing that actually took the majority of the time was just dealing with these stupid shulkers. Similar to villagers, they are a real pain to deal with. But yeah guys, I've been AFK at this farm for about an hour, and as you can see, I've managed to get around about 3 stacks of shulker shells, which, to be honest, isn't the best rates, but I don't think it's too bad, considering that this is Bedrock Edition. Anyway, with this shulker farm fully complete, let's head back home and add a pixel art of a shulker box to this list of farms. Okay. Well, I've made something. I'm not entirely sure. Oh my gosh, I've just walked off the potato. But yeah, as I was saying, I'm not entirely sure on how I feel about this shulker box. I guess it looks okay, but I'm not a great builder, so some of these pixel arts are probably gonna look pretty amateur. But yeah, guys, we now have a nice automatic farm for shulker boxes, and oh my gosh, the 3rd brown panda of the series. What the heck? Anyway, get 360'd. Anyway, guys, if we take a look here, you'll see that I have the pixel arts of the farms we've built here, and then we have a bunch of builds over here. Well, in between, there's this pretty significant piece of land, and I have an idea for a pretty small build that we could put here. First of all, let me just quickly sleep so I don't get blown up by a creeper. Now we can go downstairs into the storage system, and for this build, we're gonna need a bunch of leather, which I have, perfect, and also a whole bunch of sticks. Let's craft craft these pieces of leather and sticks into a bunch of item frames, and grab a bunch of blocks. Now, let me build this structure real quick, and then I'll explain what I'm planning to do with it. Okay, so this is the pretty simple structure that I've built, as you can see, and what this is gonna be is the wall of items. Have you ever wanted to be in this world? Well, with the wall of items, you technically now can. If you'd like to help out the channel by becoming a channel member, which you can do by clicking the join button down below, you can be part of this world forever. The way this works is that if you become a channel member, you'll have a badge next to your name in the comment section. Once you have your badge, comment down below what Minecraft item that you would like to be, and as long as it's obtainable in hardcore mode, I'll collect it and I'll name the item your YouTube name. By the way, if you didn't know, channel memberships are monthly, but once you've got your name in the wall of items, if you decide to cancel your subscription, that's completely fine. You can just stay in for the first month if you like to get your item on the wall, and it will remain here forever. So yeah guys, I hope you like this idea, and I should also mention that this was pretty heavily inspired by my good YouTuber friend named Slate. He did something similar in one of his survival series, so that's where I got the idea from. But yeah, depending on how many people want to be channel members and get their names on the wall, this wall of items may start to expand pretty high. Anyway guys, let's head to the Nether. If you watched the last episode, you'll know that we began work digging out a huge area at the bottom of the Nether, and the reason I need a nice big area is so that I have plenty of space to design a nice big nether hub. However, I didn't quite manage to finish digging out all of the area I wanted, so I'm gonna get back to digging and see how much progress I can make now. Okay, and just like that, a few hours later, this area is now fully dug out to bedrock level, and oh my gosh, this looks really cool. I almost don't want to build a nether hub at this point because this is just sick. I love just being able to fly around this place. It's actually pretty fun. But yeah, now that I've got all of the space, I think I'll start work on building the nether hub in a couple of episodes time. Anyway, as you can see, this is my nether portal that links up to my base. However, if we come out the other side, you'll see that this place could definitely use some work. Just having a basic nether portal here does look pretty boring, so I think I'm gonna build a nice structure around this portal just to make things a little more interesting. So yeah, I have a design in mind and it's fully built out of wood, so yeah, let's build this. And would you look at that? Doesn't that nether portal look a whole lot better now? It's amazing what a little bit of touching up can do to a nether portal. But guys, while I was building this, something pretty important happened. And what happened was that I hit 10,000 subscribers, which is insane because that's the goal that I've been chasing for a really long time. So thank you guys so much for subscribing and getting me to this milestone. The next goal is 100k subs, which may take a while, but hopefully I'll get there someday. But yeah, to celebrate hitting this milestone, I've actually started a brand new channel for fitness content. So if you're interested in that, go to my channel page and go to where it says my other channel and check it out. out. And by the time this video comes out, there's gonna be tons of videos on that channel already uploaded. But yeah, with this newly built nether portal design fully complete, let's head back into the nether, make a tunnel out of this big hole that I've dug, so that I can get up into the nether here. The reason that I'm up into the regular terrain of the nether is because there's something that I'd like to do here. And first up, I need to find that random fortress that I was at in the first couple of episodes. And after a little while of aimlessly flying around, I found it. And the reason that I want a nether fortress is so I can attack a bunch of these wither skeletons. Because currently I only have, I think, 6 or 7 beacons to my name, and I want a whole lot more. So I'm gonna have to spend a little while in the nether collecting wither skeleton skulls. So I then collected 30 wither skeleton skulls. Yes, you heard that right. 30. After that, I then fought 10 withers, which wasn't too difficult this time because I decided to do them underground instead. And yeah, I didn't actually get too close to death, which was pretty nice. I'm just going over this quickly because I don't want to bore you guys with wither fights. You've probably seen them hundreds of times before, so no need to spend ages on this. But yeah, we now have 10 more beacons to our name, which is pretty handy. But because of how long it took to collect all of those skulls and kill all of those withers, by the time that I had finished, it was actually day 700, which means that we have run out of time for this episode. If you guys enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like and also subscribing to the channel. Once again, thank you so much for 10,000 subscribers. I'm genuinely so grateful. But yeah, if you want to help me out on my next quest, which is 20,000 subscribers, then feel free to subscribe. But yeah, with all of that said, I'll see you in the next episode. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. In this episode, we're going to be taking this world from day 700 all the way to day 800. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this episode. This is the first video that I'm recording since hitting 10,000 subscribers on this channel. So once again, guys, thank you so much. This is a pretty crazy milestone to hit, and I'm excited for the many more to come. I appreciate all of the support recently. I have a few things that I'm really excited to do in this episode, but first, as always, we need to do the tradition that I do at the start of each video. And if you've watched the other episodes of this series, you'll know what's coming. So here we are in the end dimension, and as you can see, I'm making pretty good progress on mining this entire thing out. As you can see, this 100 by 100 area in the center here is currently down to Y37. So as always, let's do 20 days of endstone mining and see just how much progress we can make. And some time has now passed and we have got this area down to Y28. So yeah, we're chipping away at this, making slow but steady progress. Also, building that shulker farm in the last episode has been really useful because I've just been able to store all of the endstone in these shulker boxes here. But yeah, with that tradition out of the way, it's time to start work on a new project. And that project is to make a nether hub. If we take a look in the nether here, you'll see that I have a huge area at the bottom of the nether, but there's not really anything here. That's partially because I don't have that many nether portals going to different places in this world at this point in time, because I haven't built that much stuff in different locations yet. But at some point in this world, there'll be loads of different places that I'll have builds. And having a nether hub is just the easiest way to travel long distances. So of course, I want a nether hub that looks pretty cool. So I've spent the last couple of days in real life scratching my head, designing a nether hub of my own, and I think it looks pretty decent. But before we can build it in this world, we're gonna have to gather the materials. So I've got the list of all the materials I'm gonna need on my other monitor, so let me go through my entire storage system here and see how many of the materials I already have. Okay, it's a little time later now, and unfortunately, I don't have a lot of the materials I'm gonna need. So I guess it's time to get to work collecting. So first up, I'm gonna need about 2.5 3.5 shulker boxes of quartz. So I guess I'm just gonna fly around in the nether for a little while. Alright, well that took a little bit longer than expected, but I now have the shulker box and a half of quartz, which is pretty cool. But now I'm gonna need about half a shulker box of crimson logs and half a shulker box of warped logs. Man, I love the color of warped stuff. I don't know, it just seems like the perfect shade of blue to me. Alright, wood has been collected. As you can see, I've got the half a shulker of crimson and the half a shulker of warped. Next up, I need 16 stacks of basalt. Okay, basalt has now been collected as well, which means that I've got all of the nether materials I'm gonna need. But there are still 2 different kinds of items that I'm in need of. So let's head back into the overworld and go searching for amethyst geodes, because the 2 materials that I need are actually calcite and blocks of amethyst. And I don't need a crazy amount, so I think I'll be able to get enough just from 1 or 2 geodes. All I need to do is just find a big cave and actually try and find some. Okay, it's a little while later now, and due to some amethyst geodes that tragically don't exist anymore, I now have all of the amethyst blocks and calcite that I needed for this nether hub. So I'm gonna fly back home and craft all of the materials that I've gathered into all of the items that I'm gonna need. Okay, the items have now been fully crafted. As you can see, if we take a look in these shulker boxes here, these are all of the materials. So there's only one thing left to do, and that is of course to say goodbye to the overworld here, head into the nether, and finally begin building this nether hub. Man, I'm excited for this. So I think I'm gonna center this thing around 0, 0, just because I think that would be the only correct thing to do. But yeah, this nether hub is pretty generic. There's gonna be a main center area surrounding 0, 0, and then 4 big holes going in each major direction. So yeah, nothing too complicated, but I am actually pretty proud of the design that I've come up with. Mind you, that is for my building standards, so don't get too excited. Anyway, let's start off by building the floor of this main center area, just with some deep slate brick slabs and some amethyst geodes. I have a reference photo of my design on my other monitor, so all I have to do is just keep looking back and forth, copying down the design. Alright, the floor of the main center area is now done, looking pretty cool as you can see. Now the next step is to start laying out the foundations of the big 4 halls. Obviously, these halls eventually are going to be super long in each 4 directions, but for now I'm just going to extend them in 50 blocks in each direction, because I think that is a good starting point. So yeah, I'm gonna have 3 slabs like this in the center, and then 3 slabs on each of the edges here, and then I'll just connect them across, and basically what this does is create this little modular pattern of 3x3 squares. So I'll just keep repeating this pattern until I've completed this step. Okay, I now have the blackstone slab outlines fully in place. Now it's time to actually fill them in. So I'm gonna use a bunch of stripped crimson and warped stem, and I'm gonna place these in, I guess what you would call like a checkerboard pattern, just like this. As you can see, it creates a pretty cool effect, and then I'm gonna alternate these between warped and crimson, and I really like the way this looks. It obviously has a pretty good nether theme, as I'm building out of nether woods. So yeah, I'm just gonna get this done real quick, and hopefully this should look pretty cool. Alright, the logs have been placed successfully, and guys, look how cool this looks. I personally really like how it alternates between crimson and warped. I just think it looks cool. But yeah, now I'm basically just gonna add a bunch of calcite around the outside, and the floor should pretty much be done. Okay, calcite has now been placed, and damn, this looks pretty good in my opinion. Having this white outline made out of calcite just really brings in this whole floor together. But yeah, now it is time to begin working on these walls. So first of all, I need to create an outline out of polished basalt. Each time you see one of these calcite lines across here, there's gonna be a polished basalt pillar that goes up pretty high, and then in between these pillars I'll have them connected sideways with more basalt on the bottom and the top. Okay, basalt has now been placed, so I guess it's now time to just fill these walls in. First of all, I'll just do these little corner sections here. This part is very simple. I'm just gonna fill these sections in with warped and crimson crimson fences. I'll just match whatever the color is perpendicular to it, if that made any sense at all. Alright, fences have been placed, but now it is time for the difficult part. I need to fill in all of these big sections in the wall, and unlike these sections here, which are just fences, I've made the designs for these big spots pretty complicated. So instead of taking you through it all, I think I'm just gonna build these off camera. So yeah, this is probably gonna take a while. Okay, so some time has now passed, as you can see on the top left of my screen, and yeah, I was right. This step took a pretty long time. But yeah, if we take a look here, this is the wall design. As you can see, I've got them alternating between crimson and warped once again, and yeah, I think it looks pretty cool. So now with the floor and the walls of this nether hub basically done, there's one more step to do, and that is of course the ceiling. This is going to be a little bit more annoying to place. I'm just realizing now that I'm gonna have to dig a few layers out of this ceiling right here, because the wall will have some depth to it, but you know, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. First of all, I'm just gonna place a bunch of temporary blocks here. I think that's gonna make it a whole lot easier trying to build up here. Okay, temporary platform has now been placed. Now I'm gonna spend a little while digging out a bunch of blocks from the ceiling to give me enough space to build. And the area for the ceiling has now been fully dug out, as you can see. So now the only thing left to do to finish this entire build is just to place all the decoration for the ceiling here. First of all, I'm gonna place a layer of quartz stairs just like this. Now I'm gonna place a layer of calcite on top of those stairs, and I'll have the calcite come across whenever there's a polished basalt pillar here. Okay, calcite has now been placed. Now I'm gonna quickly do another layer of quartz stairs here just above, but only in this center section here. So I'll just continue it round just like that. And now the second to last step of this nether hub is to place amethyst clusters, pretty much filling in these entire gaps. This might take a little bit of time, but I'll come back to you once I've done it. Amethyst has now been placed, and man, I love this block. I don't know, it gives kind of a magical feel. I like it. But we now have one more step to complete this nether hub, and that is to go around placing polished blackstone brick slabs. First of all, I'll do the little pattern in the center area bit here. So in the center, I'll just have a 3x3 square, and then in each direction, I'll have a line coming out like this, and then I'll have a 3 wide line here, 1 block away from the edge. Just like that. As you can see, it looks pretty cool. And then for these sections here, all I have to do is go around the edge, and then just connect them across in the center, and it forms this little grid pattern here. So once I've done this throughout the top of this entire build, the center of the nether hub is done. Obviously, we'll expand these tunnels super far in the distance in the future, but that probably won't be for a while. Anyway, I'm gonna finish placing these slabs and getting rid of these temporary blocks, and I'll see you to showcase the finished product. The nether hub is now done. Oh my gosh, this took a while. But yeah, this is the finished product. Let me know in the comment section what you guys think of this design. Me personally, I actually quite like how this came out. I don't think it's too shabby at all. But yeah, while I was building this, I actually reached day 750 if you take a look at the top left of the screen, which is pretty cool because that means that we are now 3/4 of the way to 1,000 days in this world, which is honestly pretty hype. I cannot wait to hit 1,000 days. But like I said before, I'm gonna extend these tunnels really far into the distance sometime in the future. For now, this project is completed. So the next thing that I'm gonna do in this episode is actually in this stronghold here. As you can see, this place is a little bit bland right now, and seeing as I'm already in the groove of building, I thought it might be cool to start work on a new project, which is gonna be making a build to support this end portal. Having my main end portal in a random stronghold just seems a bit too boring for me. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is dig up this room to the surface. That way I can have the end portal fully exposed to the sky. Well, some time has passed. As you can see, I've got quite the area dug out from the surface here. As you can see, I've got a few different layers. That's just because the design that I've built is kind of staggered, I guess you'd say. But yeah, I probably went a little bit overkill for this, but I think this end portal room is gonna look really cool once it's fully built. But yeah, like I said, I've already made the design in a creative world, so now it's just a case of gathering the materials. And also, oh my gosh, I forgot that I built this nether hub. I can't lie. That took me by surprise. But yeah, I've got my materials list on my other screen. So first of all, I need a shulker box of endstone bricks. So I'll just go to the top chest of endstone here. Never mind, I guess the third top chest, because I have so much endstone from mining out the big island. But yeah, here is a shulker box of endstone, and I believe I can just craft this straight into endstone bricks. Yeah, I can. Cool. That's the shulker box of endstone bricks, fully acquired. Next up, I need 4.5 shulker boxes of black concrete. Luckily, I don't have to go and kill a bunch of squid for black dye, because I actually have an add-on from bedrocktweaks.net, which allows me to turn coal into black dye, which is extremely handy. Unfortunately though, I don't think I have a chest in my storage system for coal. I've no idea why, I guess I just forgot. So yeah, I guess I'm just gonna have to try and find some coal in my chest monster here. This right here is just for all of the stuff that currently doesn't get sorted into the storage system, but I've also just put a bunch of stuff in here instead of into the storage system up there by mistake. So yeah, I'm gonna have to try and shift through quite a lot of items here. Alright, cool. It turns out that I actually have a ton of coal and black dye and black concrete. I'm not entirely sure where I have all of this black concrete from. I guess I had a bunch left over from decorating these rooms. But yeah, let me first place down a bunch of this coal ore so that I can use my fortune pickaxe to mine it all up. Then I'm gonna get all of my coal and turn it all into black dye. Okay, I actually have so much black dye now. What the heck? So let me get a bunch of sand and a bunch of gravel and craft a whole bunch of black concrete powder. Okay, cool. All of the black concrete powder has now been crafted. The only thing is though, I'm not gonna be building out of concrete powder. I'm gonna be building out of solid concrete. So we're gonna have to convert this. Unfortunately, I don't actually have a concrete converter at this point in time, so I guess we're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Manual concrete converting. Yippee! This is probably gonna take a while. The powder has now been placed in this big tower up to height limit, as you can see. Now I just need to fly all the way up to the top, place a bunch of water down the sides, and get to work mining. Okay, black concrete has been mined, and I've also gone ahead and collected the rest of the materials that I'm gonna need for this build. So let's pack up these shulker boxes, head to the stronghold, and start building. I'm really excited to show you guys this stronghold room design. I haven't seen that many people decorate their portal rooms, so I think this is gonna look really cool once it's done. So first of all, let me place some black concrete just one block below this end portal and have this come all the way to the edge here. This is just gonna be like a little pathway to nowhere, basically. That's a good idea, actually. Maybe in the future I should make this into like a long tunnel that goes somewhere specific, but for now, we're just gonna have these 4 pathways coming out from each side, just like that. And I think I'm gonna get rid of this nether portal just for now. We'll put this in a proper position once I've finished with this decoration. And now I'm gonna place a bunch of tinted glass above this concrete. I've been loving using tinted glass recently. I don't know, I think I just prefer it to stained glass. Also, I just realized that you can actually see through the end portal from the bottom. That's kind of scuffed. Not sure if that's an intentional feature or not. But yeah, now I'm gonna get my purple pillars, and I'm just gonna place a ring of them outside of this black concrete. This just gives it a nice looking border. If you're wondering how I've designed both of these builds in this video, by the way, I literally just do it off the cuff, and then I hardly ever change anything. I'm sure if I went over it and kept reiterating things as I'm going along, I could create stuff that looks a lot better, but I just prefer doing it this way, where I quickly muck up something and then build it in my world. I don't know, it just seems a lot faster, and I think the end results usually look okay. But yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I think this episode is by far the most building intensive of the series so far. So let me know in the comments whether you like that or not. I've been enjoying making these builds in this world. But yeah, yeah, now with these purple borders fully in place, I'm gonna place some endstone bricks just like that, and I'll bring them up by one. And then in the center here, I'm just gonna build up some pretty short walls by alternating some end rods and some endstone walls just like that. And now what I'm gonna do is pretty much just extend these walls across this corridor here. So I'll have some stairs pointing outwards, and then I'll go ahead and build up this pillar on this side once again. And yeah, this is just gonna be the central bit at the bottom here with the end portal in the middle, and then obviously this design is gonna go all the way up to the surface, and everything will point towards the center here. Also, I just realized that this end portal is actually at Y0, which is a bit of a coincidence. I like that a lot. I'm not sure if that's a feature that all end portals are at Y0. I don't think that's the case, but yeah, whatever. Alright, now I'm gonna quickly mine out a few blocks here and decorate this wall because a pathway leading to a bunch of stone and deep slate is a little bit boring. So yeah, let me place some purple along here. Then I'll have some endstone stairs on top. Then I'll place some purple stairs on the sides here, just like that. And then I'll have some black concrete one layer behind, just to make it look like it has a little bit more depth. I hope that sounded like I knew what I was doing, by the way. In case you didn't know, I really don't. But yeah, that is that little design for this part of the wall here. So I'll just go and do that 3 more times. Alright, looking good, looking good. This place is coming along now. We're almost done with this bottom section. Soon I'll start decorating these huge walls, which obviously have a lot less detail, so I'll go through those very fast in the video. Of course, it's going to take a lot longer for me. But yeah, let's connect these blocks along the top here, just like that. And as you can see, this is going to be the foundation of the next floor, basically, if you'd call it that. I'm not sure. Let me make these walls 2 blocks high instead of 1 block high, and also connect everything up around the corners. As you can see, I really enjoy building in, I guess you'd call it like modular patterns. I don't know, I just like symmetry. I've never really been a fan of natural style building, if that makes sense. But to be fair, I've never given it a good go, so maybe I'll try it at some point. Anyway, now in these 4 sections here, I'm gonna place a bunch of black concrete on the bottom layer with some tinted glass on top, so keeping with the theme from down there. Alright, and that is basically the bottom section of this end portal room complete. I'll still need to build some walls, but I'm not gonna lie, I may or may not have forgotten to design that in the creative world. So if I have time, I'll come back and design these walls on camera once I've finished the rest of the build. But yeah, now it's time to decorate these walls. The way I'm gonna decorate these walls is literally the exact same way that I'm gonna decorate those walls and those walls. So I'll just show me doing this wall first, and then I'll repeat the process off camera. So first of all, let me build up some endstone bricks on the corners, and also in these sections here. And pillars have been placed. I've also gone ahead and connected them across the top, just like this, as well as digging out a few blocks behind as well, just so I have some space to actually build. So yeah, for these big sections here, I'm gonna have these big purple pillars coming up 1 block behind the endstone, just like this, and then I'll go ahead and do it on this side as well. Then I'll connect them both across with some stairs and some slabs just like that, and of course I'll do it along the top here as well. Then I'm actually gonna have some end rods coming up in the center here. As you can see, I'm really sticking to the theme of the end. I wish there was an end update so we had a bunch more blocks to work with, but that somehow still hasn't happened. But yeah, I'm gonna have this design across basically all of these walls here with some black concrete behind it. As you can see, it looks pretty minimalistic. I find it quite clean. And then in these center bits here, it's just gonna be even simpler. I'm gonna have black concrete around the back and the edges with end rods coming up in the center. So yeah, it's currently day 783. Hopefully I'll be able to repeat this process all the way to the top before day 800. And just like that, the decoration is complete. I actually quite like how this came out. As you can see, these walls get progressively larger as they go up in height, and I think it looks pretty cool. As always, let me know in the comment section what you guys think of this build, and I just flew into a wall. But yeah, if you take a look at the top left of the screen, you'll see that it's actually day 800. I actually finished on around about day 795. So what I did was I spent a little while adding some new items onto my auto storage here. As you can see over here, the amount of items that don't get sorted into the system has got considerably smaller, which is nice. I still have this entire hall here and most of this hall as well to add more items into this thing, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, unfortunately today we have run out of time, so I'm gonna have to leave it there. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Let me know what you thought of all of the building. I thought it was pretty fun. But yeah, if you enjoyed this one, please consider leaving a like and also subscribing to the channel, as I'm trying my best to reach 20,000 subscribers. So if you'd like to help me out, that would be super appreciated. Anyway, with all of that said, I'll see you in the next episode. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. In this episode, we're going to be taking this world from day 800 all the way to day 900. As you can see, I'm doing this intro in the end here, which is not what I usually do, but if you look at the top left of my screen, you'll see that it's already day 820, and that's because I've already done my 20 days of endstone mining that I do at the start of each episode. I just didn't feel like recording it all again because I figured that you guys might be getting a little bit bored of that, so I thought that this time I might just quickly go through that. But if we take a look here, I'm making really good progress. I think by the end of next episode, I should have this entire center portion fully dug out, which is pretty cool. Unfortunately though, this area is actually a lot smaller than you think. If we go into free look here, you'll see that this end island is actually pretty huge. I would say that the main center chunk that I've dug out so far is probably less than half of the total end island, which I'm not gonna lie, is a little bit depressing. I really want to get to work building my end build, but you know, I guess that'll have to wait for now. But what won't have to wait for now is the project that I'm planning to do at the start of this episode, and that is to build a mega creeper farm. You might remember in the first episode of this series, I built myself up a little starter creeper farm, which has served me kind of well, but to be honest, it's pretty slow and I'm running out of rockets fast. I think I've only got a couple of stacks left. The thing is, this farm doesn't produce that much gunpowder, so to get large quantities of firework rockets, I have to AFK for a really long time, which is not good. So instead, I think I'm gonna build up a super efficient creeper farm, one of those mega farms that you see on the internet, because why not? Having endless firework rockets with hardly any AFK time seems pretty cool to me. So first, let's get to work destroying this creeper farm. The old creeper farm has now been removed. Don't worry about this water, that's just from the top of the farm, and for some reason it's taking forever to disappear. But yeah, now that that piece of junk is gone, it's time to collect the materials for the new and improved mega creeper farm. So first up, let me see how many of the items I already have in my storage. Alright, it's a little while later now, and as you can see, I do have the vast majority of the materials I need for this farm, besides just a couple of things that I need to collect. First up, I actually need 6 shulker boxes of ice, which is kind of a lot. I feel like that's going to take a pretty long time to completely gather, but for a mega farm, you do need a lot of materials, I guess. So yeah, if I remember correctly, I think that there's an ice biome somewhere in this direction. Well, I've found the Mushroom Island, and I'm almost positive that there was an ice biome right next to this mushroom biome. Yes, here it is. For a second, I thought I was going crazy. But I guess I now have to get to work gathering 6 shulker boxes of ice. I wish I could just gather the ice from here so I don't have to swim into the water to collect the items, but unfortunately these big clumps of ice here are actually packed ice and I can't use those. So instead I basically have to just take out the floor and then swim back and forth collecting all of the ice. This is probably gonna take a while. Alright, it's a little while later now and the ice has have now been collected, which means that I've just got a couple more items to collect. And oh my gosh, that's the raid farm that I built that I completely forgot about. I still have a few totems, so I don't need to come back here for a while. But yeah, not gonna lie, I may or may not have completely forgot that I built this. Anyway, the next item that I need is around about a stack of coral fans. So right now I'm just searching for a coral reef. Haven't found a coral reef yet, but I have found a desert temple. So let's drop down into here and avoid the pressure plate. And I might also take this TNT as well. Don't mind if I do. And now for the moment of truth. Is there anything good in these chests? Doesn't look like it. Some golden horse armor. Nobody really cares about that. I thought that was a notch apple then for a second, but no, of course not. Just a regular golden apple. And the moment of truth. For the love of God, please have a notch apple. I'm begging you. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. Oh, I've now found the shipwreck. Might as well get distracted by this as well while we're here. I just really want a notch apple, man, and I can't find the entrance to this thing. What the heck? I guess I'll try just break my way in, I guess. Nope. Is there seriously no chests in this shipwreck? What the heck? Let's just have a quick look over here. Oh my gosh, Minecraft is literally trolling me right now, and there's still not a coral reef in sight. But what is in sight is this birch forest here. That's kind of cool. Am I the only one that loves the way birch forests look on stone? Or is that just a me thing? It probably is, to be honest. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so distracted. Oh, another shipwreck. Okay, this one better have some chests in. You, sir, please just have a stack of coral fans so I don't have to find a coral reef. Oh jeez. Luck is not on my side today, apparently. Poisonous potatoes and suspicious stew. Really? Oh my gosh. Well, oh no. Am I about to die? I mean, I have a totem. 1.5, 1 heart. Whew. I really shouldn't be playing this so risky in hardcore mode. Alright, this is actually getting pretty annoying now. Where the heck is a coral reef? Oh jeez, I'm gonna be stuck here all day. Whoa, that's some nice terrain. The side of this cliff is just crazy flat. And then there's of course a floating island. And then this kind of looks like a head. Am I the only one that sees that? I don't know, but it's pretty cool. Well, I'm still searching for coral reefs. This is actually getting absurd. I still haven't found one, but what I have now found is a god apple. After like 10 desert temples, this side quest is complete. Yippee. Oh my gosh. There's no way. After literally over an hour of searching, I've finally found a coral reef. I've no idea why that took so insanely long, but whatever. I only need about a stack of coral fans, but seeing as it took so long to get here, I think I'm gonna go quite overboard and just get a whole bunch of coral stuff. That way I never have to do this again. But yeah, now with the coral fully collected and all of the shulker boxes of items fully gathered, it's time to start building this creeper farm. So please enjoy this montage. And this mega creeper farm is now fully constructed. I've already AFK'd at this thing for exactly 1 hour, and if we take a look in this collection system here, as you can see, I've got around about 1 double chest of gunpowder, which, to be honest, is pretty insane. Believe it or not, this is actually about 3/4 of the rates that it should be, and that's because somehow I messed up one side of the farm and built it 8 blocks too close to the center, and I didn't even realize I was doing it until everything had fully been built. So yeah, it's not a huge deal. It just means half of this spawning platform won't spawn creepers when I'm standing at the AFK spot. So yeah, I think I'll probably fix this eventually, but not today. I've done too much creeper farm building for one episode. But yeah, apart from that little mishap, this project is successful. I would add a pixel art of a gunpowder in this farm section here, but obviously that's already there because of my old creeper farm, so I don't have to do that right now. But yeah, let me get all of this gunpowder into a couple of shulker boxes, just so I can transport it back to my house. And let's also go ahead and harvest this big old sugarcane farm over here. I don't think I've harvested this thing on camera since I built it, so yeah, there's a first time for everything, I guess. Now let's watch these cute pandas sadly despawn and craft all of this sugarcane into paper so we can craft some more firework rockets. Beautiful stuff. And while we're here, I should probably harvest this wheat farm as well, as I'm currently out of food somehow. So let's destroy all of this wheat, plant these seeds back, and craft this wheat into bread. Okay, enough shenanigans. Let's begin work on the next project of this video, and that is gonna be in the Nether. So while some footage of me mining ancient debris is playing in the background here, I'm gonna do a quick voiceover explaining the next project that I'm going to be starting in this world. This is going to be a very long-term goal, and I'm probably not going to complete it for a very long time, but the plan is to eventually have a beacon of every single type of mineral block. I know that this has been done quite a few times before on YouTube, and it's not the most original idea, but it's always something that I've really wanted to do in one of my worlds, so now seems like a better time than ever to do so. So I spent a few hours digging in the Nether, mining some ancient debris, and also gathering a bunch of diamonds in the overworld. But diamonds and netherite are not the only two mineral blocks. There's gold, iron, and emeralds. So yeah, that is the current amount of mineral blocks that I have to my name right now in block form, except for the netherite, which I still need to smelt. And for each of these resources, I'll need just over 2.5 stacks of blocks. Especially for the diamond and netherite, this is gonna take a while. But I think in this episode here, I'm gonna spend a little bit of time building a nice podium for these 5 beacons to stand on. So first of all, let me grab a bunch of quartz blocks and just a bunch of regular quartz. I can of course craft this into the blocks, just like that. And let's also grab some blackstone over here. For a second, I thought that's all I had, but luckily I actually have a couple of shulkers worth of blackstone from digging out the area in the Nether for the Nether hub. But yeah, I think this design is gonna be pretty simple. I'm just gonna make it on the fly, and oh my gosh, this new creeper farm looks pretty cool in the distance there. Maybe one day I'll make a decoration for it. I'm not sure, to be honest. But yeah, I'm just trying to think about where I'm gonna put this beacon podium. Maybe around here, but then again, that is quite close to this whole farm area. I wonder if it would be a good idea to potentially put it on its own island or something like that. Maybe over here, for example. I think it would be cool giving it its own little plot of land. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put it here. First of all, let's sleep the night away, just so we don't get attacked by mobs. And let's chop down these couple of trees, watch this cute panda despawn, and flatten the island. Okay, the island has now been flattened, as you can see, but I don't think it's going to be quite big enough for this beacon podium. So let me get my grass and expand this thing. Hopefully I can make this terraforming look at least somewhat realistic. Okay, I think this should be big enough, and it looks semi-natural, I guess, ignoring the fact that it's completely floating above the river. But yeah, now let's actually start building this podium. I think this block is going to be the center here, and let's just dig out the ground so that we can actually decorate it properly. Okay, and the floor has now been dug out, as you can see. These platforms right here are where the beacons are gonna go, but all of this space here is just gonna be the floor. So first of all, let me get a whole bunch of quartz, and I think I'm just gonna place a few rows around the outside. Okay, looks pretty cool, and then I think I'm just gonna fill in the rest with blackstone just to see how that looks first. Hopefully this doesn't take too long to place. Blackstone has now been placed, and not gonna lie, this actually looks pretty cool. I think blackstone and quartz is a great combo, but I do think I'm gonna break it up a little bit. I think if I take out the middle 3 blocks in between each beacon and replace it with quartz, I think this should look pretty good. Yep, perfect, that looks good. And now I think I'm gonna make some blackstone walls just like that, and if I place these around the edges, this should just break it up a little bit and give this whole place a nice border. I'm very pleased that I decided to put this on a different island in the end and actually show this project the respect it deserves, because let's face it, getting a diamond and a netherite beacon is pretty ridiculously hard. I wonder how many hours it's gonna take. I don't even want to think about it right now. But yeah, that's actually why I decided to build this podium before I actually start work on it, because I guess it's kind of like a sign of commitment now that this entire thing is here. I really can't back down now. But yeah, this thing is very simple. I think I might add maybe some soul lanterns around the edges here to light up the place. I think soul lanterns will match the theme a little bit better than just regular torches or regular lanterns. So let's head back into the storage system and see how soul lanterns are crafted, because I'm not gonna lie, I may have forgot. Okay, they're made out of iron and a soul torch. Well, how is a soul torch crafted? Okay, coal, sticks, and soul soil. I should have all of that. Let me get some sticks, some coal, and unfortunately, I don't think I have a chest for soul soil. This one is for soul sand, so I'm gonna have to look through my chest monster here. Okay, I found some. That wasn't too hard. Now let's craft all of these into soul torches. 10 stacks may have been slightly overkill, but you never know. I might need a bunch of soul torches in the future. But yeah, let me sadly dig into some of my iron supply and craft all of this into ingots and then of course into nuggets so that I can craft these soul lanterns. I think a couple of stacks should be good enough, and let me take all of my mineral blocks with me as well, because I think I'm going to start trying to place the beacons as well. It's probably going to be a bit of a sorry sight seeing how much progress I still have to make. But yeah, let's get out of my house. Wait, where is the podium? Oh, it's over here. For some reason, I thought it was the other direction. And oh, that looks kind of clean actually from afar. It's got a nice modern / futuristic theme, as all of my builds are pretty much. I should probably push myself outside of my comfort zone a little bit more with my building style, like I did with the nether portal and the house. If I build something that isn't really modern themed, it means I've actually tried. But yeah, anyway, let's place some soul lanterns. I'm thinking every 5 blocks. Actually, that might be a little bit overkill. I think I'll go with every 10 blocks. That should just help to stop mob spawning around the outside, and it should also look pretty cool. I think the blue should match this pretty well. Okay, cool. These soul lanterns around the outside look pretty good, but unfortunately, what doesn't look good is this cute panda. But luckily, it sadly despawned right in front of me. So yeah, now I don't have to look at it anymore. Okay, enough shenanigans. Let's just try and start placing these beacons. This is gonna be pretty embarrassing. Well, this is how far we managed to get with the current valuables that we have right now. As you can see, it's a pretty pathetic effort. But you know, this is just the start. Eventually, we'll fill all of these up. I don't even want to think about how long this netherite one is gonna take. But yeah, that will have to be for another time, because that is gonna be it for this episode, guys. I know we're currently 5 days away from day 900, but I've been very busy in real life, and yeah, I need to film this outro and get this video out to you guys if I don't want it to be too late. So yeah, we'll just add on these next 5 days to the next episode of this series, which will be 1000 days in hardcore Minecraft, which is gonna be pretty fun. So yeah, thanks for watching, subscribe, and yeah, I'll see you in the next episode. Hello, and welcome back to another episode of Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore. In this episode, we're going to be taking this world from day 900 all the way to day 1000, which is a little bit of a special episode because I think I may be the first person to hit 1000 days in Bedrock Hardcore. I've done a little bit of research and I haven't found anybody else that's done this, so I think I might be the first, but I could be wrong. Anyway, as you can see in the top left of the screen, it's already day 920, and that's because I've already done my 20 days of endstone mining, which I do at the start of every single episode. If we go into free look here, you'll see that I've actually completely mined out this main 100 by 100 section in the middle here, which is pretty cool. So yeah, now we're on to this side section right here. If I was to guess, I'd say I'm probably about halfway through this entire project of mining this entire thing out. So yeah, theoretically, this should be done before 2000 days. If I actually survive, of course. But yeah, the first project that I want to do today is actually still in the end here. I want to begin work on a big end hub. As I've said before, I'm still planning on building a Bed Wars map down here, but up there where all the gateways are, I want to build some cool structure. So I've spent a few days in a creative testing world making a design that I think looks really cool. But before we build it, we of course need to gather the materials. So first up, let me see how much of the materials I already have in my storage. Okay, unfortunately, this is all of the materials that I had, which is actually nowhere near enough. So we're gonna have to get material gathering. First of all, I'm gonna literally need 10 shulker boxes of pale oak logs. And I'm actually not sure where a pale oak biome is, so I guess it's time to go exploring. By the way, I think this is one of the new cow variants. That's pretty cool. I haven't actually been paying attention to the recent updates in Minecraft, so I genuinely don't know anything about this, but it just looks like a different type of cow, I guess. I wish they added more types of pandas, that way I could have a little bit more variance when killing them. Oh, sorry panda. Anyway, yeah, enough dilly-dallying, let's go just randomly fly in one direction, I guess. Hopefully this doesn't take too long to find a pale oak biome. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure that's not the actual name of that biome, but like I said, I know nothing about these recent updates. And oh my gosh, there's no way. I cannot believe it. There is a coral reef biome right there, literally right next to my base. You've got to be kidding me. After spending so many hours last episode trying to find one, there was one huge biome right here. I feel very stupid right now. Hey, pale oak biome has now been found. Now all that's left to do is to gather 10 shulker boxes of these logs. And oh my gosh, this is like so dense. What the heck? This seems like it's denser than a dark oak forest. That's kind of cool. But yeah, enough said, it's time to get chopping. This is probably gonna take a while. All 10 shulker boxes of the pale oak logs have now been fully collected, and oh my gosh, this took quite a few hours. As you can see on the top left of my screen, the day count is now up to 935, and a big section of this biome has now been fully removed. But yeah, the rest of the materials I need to collect shouldn't take anywhere near as long. Fingers crossed anyway. So now let's fly 5,000 blocks back home. Hey, there's a ruined nether portal here. I'll take the gold block, don't mind if I do, and let's see if there's anything good in the chest. Nope, just a regular golden apple. I was hoping for a second notch apple, but I guess luck is not on my side. What on earth is happening here? A shipwreck on land? Typical bug rock, I guess. We might as well have a quick look in here to see if there's anything special. Buried treasure map, okay, I'll take that. And just a bunch of paper and feathers. What about here? Rotten flesh? Really? Oh well. I wonder if this buried treasure is anywhere nearby. Nope, doesn't look like it. I'll take it back with me, just in case I want to explore it another time. I'm actually enjoying flying around here, by the way. I'm trying to get a better understanding of my surroundings, because I actually haven't done that much exploring around my base in this world, even though we're almost 1,000 days in. But yeah, we're back home now. First of all, let me input a bunch of the junk into my storage system here, just like that. I remember what gets sorted into the system and what doesn't, and I can just put the random stuff that doesn't get sorted into these chests here, and the non-stackables into these chests here. Oh, I got a couple of lodestones. That's pretty cool, I guess. Wait, never mind, they're blast furnaces. How did I mix those up? Okay, I'm so dumb. Anyway, yeah, let's use some of my newly acquired pale oak logs to make some planks so I can make some sticks, and therefore make some pale oak fences. I only need about half a stack for this build, so there we go. That is another item ticked off of the list, just like that. And next up, I'm gonna need a good few stacks of warped logs. So let's head to the nether. I believe I can get out of this nether hub just by flying up this staircase. This has got a very low ceiling, so it can be a bit sketchy. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Oh my gosh, I'm 3 hearts. Okay, I think I should just be safe and walk up. There we go. Now, I just need to find that warped biome. Crimson logs is something that I do not need for this build at all. Soul Sand Valley, Basalt Delta, Nether Wastelands. Come on, where's the warped biome? I swear there was one really nearby. Okay, here it is. Finally, I found it. Now, I'm just going to cut down a few of these big trees. I should only need a few stacks, so hopefully this won't take too long. Okay, all of the warped has now been gathered. As you can see, I've already crafted all of the logs into the stairs, planks, and slabs that I actually needed, and now we've only got a few items left, and one of those items is end rods. If you weren't aware, you can actually craft end rods with blaze rods and chorus fruit, I think, but those are 2 items that I don't really have any of, so considering I only need a few stacks, I think it would just be easier if I went to the end and just gathered some from a bunch of the cities. But first of all, I need to find my nether hub. I'm not sure how, but somehow I always forget where it is. I guess I'll just digging down in the nether in hardcore mode. What could possibly go wrong? But yeah, now that we're here, we can go through our lovely nether hub that we built in the last episode, in fact 2 episodes ago, and come down this lovely undecorated tunnel to the stronghold room. I haven't been in this place for a while, but I'm actually really proud of this build. I think at some point I'm gonna build a big glass ceiling up above, just so that snow doesn't fall down onto this build, because I think all of the snow on the black concrete kind of ruins the aesthetic here. But yeah, that'll be a project for another time. For now, let's go into the end, go through one of these end gateways if I can just about get through, and steal a bunch of end rods from these cities here. I believe I need 6 stacks in total for this build, so hopefully I don't have to go to too many cities, and yeah, hopefully this won't take too long. The 6 stacks of end rods have now been collected, and yeah, that didn't take too long, just had to travel around a few different end cities. I also stole a few elytras and killed some shulkers while I was here, just because, you know, it would be rude not to. But yeah, now let's get back to the overworld. Okay, I'm back here in my lovely base of operations, and there's now just a couple more items I need to collect. First of all, some panda blood, and also 2 stacks of calcite. So for that, I should only need to find 1 amethyst geode, because I think that would have much more than 2 stacks of calcite in it. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna try and find like some sort of cave entrance, and hopefully finding an amethyst geode shouldn't be too difficult. Okay, amethyst geode has now been found, which means I can gather the 2 stacks of calcite. Man, I think calcite is one of my favorite blocks in Minecraft. I've just fallen in love with it recently. Okay, cool, that's the calcite. Next up, I need to gather a little bit of sand quickly here, fly back home, grab a couple furnaces and some coal, so I can smelt this sand into glass. And while that's smelting, I'm gonna quickly grab some lapis lazuli, craft it into blue dye, and craft some blue stained glass panes. I only need 1 stack, so that's all done. And now there's only 1 more item that I need before I start work on this end hub, and that is frog lights. One of the most painful items to get in Minecraft, but it looks really good in this build that I've designed, so I can't switch it out for glowstone or something, so I'm just gonna have to suck it up and get these frog lights. So the first thing I need in my quest to gather some frog lights is actually some magma cubes. And why do I need magma cubes, you may be asking? Well, in order for frogs to drop some frog lights, they need to eat a magma cube for some reason. I have no idea why that's the mechanic, but it is, so yeah. First of all, let me quickly see if I've got any name tags. Yep, I've got 3 right here, so that should be perfect. So yeah, now I just need to head into the nether and find some magma cubes. If I remember correctly, I think that they only spawn in the basalt delta, but I honestly could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure. Also, if you hadn't worked out yet, this is actually the first time that I've ever collected frog lights on my own. Before this world, I would just play on multiplayer servers, and yeah, usually one of the other members would sort out a shop for frog lights, so I would never have to go through this process. Anyway, yeah, for some reason, I can't see any magma cubes in this basalt delta. Let me just quickly Google this. Also, I just realized that they actually added the feature where your game freezes when you're on the pause screen, just like it is in Java, so that's honestly really cool. Okay, after a quick Google search, it appears that magma cubes spawn in basalt deltas and just regular nether biomes. And yeah, look, here are, oh my gosh, I was gonna say here are some magma cubes, but they literally both just flew into the lava for some reason. Of course they would. Okay, I've found another magma cube. Let me get my trusty name tags out, and bam. This guy is now named Subscribe Right Now, which you should definitely do, by the way, and oh my gosh, I'm about to die. Ah, 3 hearts. Whoops. I keep forgetting that this is hardcore mode. Go away, Ghast. Die. Okay, that ghast has now been dealt with, and yeah, now we have to begin the painful task of transporting this guy all the way back home. Okay, and after an absolutely absurd amount of time, these guys have almost connected back up to the nether hub. This took like an hour to do, but I ended up just digging a big tunnel all the way to this place, just so I didn't have to deal with the regular nether terrain and all of the mobs that were up there. Come on guys, come through. I've literally been doing this for like an hour and a half now. I'm never ever gonna deal with a single magma cube again after this project is done. I literally just need you guys for frog lights, okay? It's nothing personal, but I just need to kidnap you quickly. Wait, the hoglins don't attack them, do they? Okay, phew. Almost there. Okay, just come through the nether portal. This is so dangerous. Okay, they didn't come through for some reason. Flippin' heck. I think I'm just gonna take my frustration out on this panda, and yeah, I guess we're going back through. So, I'm thinking if I just quickly grab some more blocks, and then I place them on just one side of the portal, surely they should just land here and come through, but I don't want to go through the nether without them. Come on, big red slimy boys. Just get through the portal. Come on. Oh, okay, it didn't work again. Oh my flippin' gosh. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna make an actual full border around this portal. And oh my gosh, I just accidentally hit one of them. Okay, well, now I have a bunch of smaller ones. This makes everything so much harder. And of course, there's a whole army of piglins attacking me. Oh, geez. Okay, as I was saying, I'm just going to grab some even more blocks, and I think I'm literally just going to build like a house around this portal, just fully encase it in. I wonder if using leads this entire time would have been easier. I bet you I'm going to get a bunch of comments about that. Come on, magma cubes. Look, there's a bunch of... Okay, I just hit it again out of impulse. Oh, I'm so bad at Minecraft. Oh my god, no. Ooh, 2 hearts. Oh my gosh. Alright, enough shenanigans. I'm just gonna cut to when I get all of these guys through the portal. Wait, I just realized these smaller magma cubes won't be named now, so they could actually despawn. Oh, why am I so bad at this game? Okay, whatever. Here we go. Just come through the portal, mister. Okay, here we go. A few of them have come through. Let me just dig a quick pit here, and you guys should fall all the way through into my base. Let me just nudge you in real quick. Thank you. And this should be the last guy. Never mind. He parkoured over it. Okay. All right, there we go. No. Oh my gosh. Oh. 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 Welp, all of those magmas just jumped into the water and got killed by the iron golem. Okay, you know what? I give up for now. I think I'm just gonna start work on this end build, and then I'll just collect and place the frog lights in at the very end. So yeah, I'm rage quitting this project for now. Oh jeez. Alright, well anyway, on a lighter note, let me grab all of my materials and let's head to the end. Man, I'm excited to start building this end hub. It's been a lot of resource gathering, but finally I can actually start. First of all, let me just place down all of my shulkers here. That way I can have some easy access to them. And yeah, I think I'm gonna do this build one material at a time. Starting off with the material that we gathered 10 shulker boxes of, which is of course the pale oak logs. So let me just grab a bunch of those. And yeah, these pale oak logs are gonna kind of be like the base of this entire build. There's gonna be hallways going in all 4 directions. So yeah, I'm gonna be placing these in a nice checkerboard pattern, just like so, and then I'll also strip all of these as well, because this block just looks absolutely magnificent. And there we go, the pale oak logs have now been placed, and yeah, as I just said, this looks absolutely amazing when it's all stripped. I've been doing a lot of stripping off camera. Anyway, yeah, next up, I'm gonna get some blackstone real quick, if I can actually find some in my shulker boxes. And yeah, these are gonna be placed every 5 blocks. Blackstone has now been placed, and now I'm just gonna place a couple of end rods above each one, just like that, as you can see. And next, I think I'm gonna do this center portion here on the floor. So let me grab a bunch of warped stuff. And yeah, while I begin placing this, I wanted to ask you guys, would you be interested if I started like recording the creative building process? Because if you didn't know, I actually design all of my builds in a creative world, but yeah, I never really record it because my building process is a little weird and I think I've messed this up. Alright, I think I've got that now. I've got a reference photo on my other monitor, so yeah, I'm just trying to copy the design. But yeah, would you be interested in me like explaining my thought process while I'm designing my builds? Or is that just kind of boring and you'd rather just see me build it in survival once I already have the design? Leave me a comment telling me what you think. But yeah, I'm just gonna repeat this warped pattern all the way to the edge of every hallway. Okay, warped has now been placed, and yeah, I actually really like this design. I think I'm getting better at like the texturing. My builds used to look really flat, but yeah, now I'm using quite a lot of stairs and slabs, and I think it looks a whole lot better now. Anyway, next up, I'm gonna place some blackstone walls in between each of these pillars, but once again I'm gonna texture this, and I think I'm gonna do that just by mixing in some polished walls here and there as well in between the regular blackstone walls. The walls have now been placed, and next up I think I'm gonna start working on the center portion here. This is like the middle section of this entire build because it surrounds the end portal, and yeah, I'm gonna have 4 pillars on each corner here, but I don't think I'm gonna show me building them because they are pretty detailed, so I'll just come back to you when these 4 pillars spawn in. And just like that, the 4 pillars have now been put in, and I've also gone ahead and put these 2 pillars in as well on every single side, and I think these look pretty cool. Do bear in mind though that this entire build is gonna literally look 100 billion times better once I actually have the frog lights placed in. Just trust me. Hopefully we'll be able to do that before 1000 days, and you'll be able to see the finished build in this video. Anyway, the next step is to get some more blue glass, and I'm gonna place a line of this 2 blocks above this end rod. So let me just go up by 1 and then 2, and then I'll just break this first block. And yeah, this is just going to go all the way across the entire build. There'll be frog lights above these end rods that connect to the blue glass, and yeah, this should look pretty cool eventually. There we go, looks pretty good. And now the last thing that I want to do before I start work on the staircases that lead up to these end portals here is to just quickly texture the floor. All I'm going to do is just take out a few of these pale oak logs and replace them with blocks of calcite. because they look pretty similar, and yeah, it just breaks everything up just that little bit extra. That is all of the calcite placed in on the floor, which means this entire area so far, besides the frog lights, is now fully completed. Now, the only thing left to do is to build up some staircases at the edge of each bridge, which lead up to an end gateway, because I've got to make this end hub functional in some way. If I ever want to do some more builds in the end, like farms or whatever, what I'll do is that I'll just build them on the other side of each one of these end gateways. That way, this actually kind of acts like a nether hub, if you get what I'm saying. But yeah, for now, this thing is just gonna link up 4 gateways, but if I ever need easy access to the rest of them, maybe I'll build like a cool ring structure around all of them as well. But that probably won't be for a really long time. Anyway, yeah, enough waffling, let's start this staircase. I think I'm just gonna show me building one of these, and then I'll just build the other 3 off camera. First of all, I'm gonna place some stripped pale oak logs just like that, and then I'll just connect them up to the fence with some more blackstone walls. And yeah, now I'll just start building the staircase up on both sides. This should just link up to the end gateway. Yep, it does, cool. So I'll just do this on the other side as well. And yeah, of course, there's gonna be some warped stairs in the middle here. So let me place some upside down ones like that, and then obviously some stairs on top of those. But instead of just doing them regularly like that, what I decided to do is place these ones on the edge sideways, and this creates a pretty cool effect in my opinion. The stairs are still very usable, but it just creates a pretty cool effect, as you can see right here. So let me just go ahead and continue this pattern all the way up to the top. There we go, and now I'm gonna get my pale oak slabs and... wait, what the heck? Why isn't it placing? Bruh, hello, Minecraft? Oh my gosh, what? Oh, what? Okay, well, I have no idea what just happened. My blocks just stopped. If you could see my face right now. Oh my gosh, wait, I need to relog. Oh, I've relogged and now I'm back down here? Huh? Jeez, it's a good job I had my totem on me. I have no idea why I just randomly started taking damage. I guess my game was just really lagging. I suppose I deserve it because I am choosing to play on Bedrock Edition. Luckily, I have one more totem to my name in my ender chest. Once I pop this one, I'm probably gonna go and have to AFK at my raid farm again. Anyway, yeah, as I was trying to say before all of that weird stuff happened, now I'm gonna place a bunch of pale oak slabs on top of these logs. This should be very fast and very easy to do. Then on a couple of these pillars I'm gonna build out, and I'm gonna make a few of these little platforms here, just like so, and I'm gonna grab my end rods and place a couple of these on those outer blocks. These are just gonna be more platforms for some frog lights, because frog lights just look so cool. And yeah, that is basically the entire stairway. It's a pretty simple design, but yeah, I am gonna place some warped slabs around the end portal, just so I actually have a little bit of leg room. And then I'm also going to place a couple of logs like that with some pale oak fences around the outside, just so I don't clumsily fall off. And yeah, I'm going to get rid of this slab as well, just because it's a little bit out of place. And that is about it. And I'm just going to do one more thing, which is another one of those towers from earlier, but I'm going to place it on top of this end portal. There we go. And obviously there'll be some frog lights here as well. And yeah, that is the entire staircase that leads up all the way to the end portal gateway. So now I've just got to build this on the other 3 gateways as well. And on day 955, the entire build is completed. We now actually have a fully functioning end hub in this world, which is really cool. Like I keep mentioning though, there is still one material that we need to collect, which of course is frog lights. But considering I need like 6 stacks of them, instead of just painfully collecting them manually like I tried to do before, I think I'm gonna build an automatic farm for this. So I've chosen a design by my good friend Silent Whisperer, and yeah, this farm actually looks pretty simple, and the materials list doesn't seem too bad, so I think I probably will have everything just already in my storage. Yep, I had everything in my storage already, which was perfect. But before I could build this farm, I needed to conquer a bastion, which I was able to do without too much difficulty. These piglins weren't too much of a hassle to take out. Anyway, then I spent a while draining some lava and creating a big hole around this magma spawner. Then, after building the farm, which was very simple and therefore took barely any time at all, it was time to transport one of each different kind of frog to the nether. It didn't actually take too long at all to get each frog. All I had to do was just Google which biome each type of frog lived in, and then I would bring Gary, Barry, and Larry back to home with a boat, and then through a nether tunnel to the farm just with a lead. And with the frogs in the farm, that is literally it. This is definitely one of the easiest farms of all time. So I spent a couple of hours AFK, and I had all of the frog lights I needed. So the only thing left to do was to finally place these in. Oh, doesn't that look so much better with the frog lights? These are actually my first time using frog lights, and oh my gosh, now that I have my frog light farm, I think this is going to be a block that I use in like all of my builds, because having colored lights is absolutely awesome. Anyway, yeah, that is literally the finished build. This is my entire end hub, and yeah, I'm actually really proud of this. I'm really liking how this series has been so building focused. In my other survival series, I never really got up to that much building, but in this world, I've been basically trying to do as much as possible. And yeah, this is looking pretty awesome. Anyway, yeah, enough waffling. Now with the end hub fully complete, we can get out of this weird dimension and return back to the overworld. With 29 days left of this episode, I think we definitely have time for another project before 1000 days, and I think I know what project that's gonna be. If you remember in the last episode, we began work on one of every single type of beacon in Minecraft. Obviously, things like the netherite beacon and the diamond beacon are going to be projects far into the future, but the emerald beacon is something that I think I can do today. I don't actually have a farm for emeralds. Instead, my method of getting all of these emeralds is going to be villager trading. It's been a while since I showed you guys, but in this iron farm here, I actually have a bunch of villagers in a little trading hall. I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot this was here, hence why I've never traded with these guys, but I think all of these Fletchers should be pretty perfect with what I want to do. If we take a look in my chests here, I already have a bunch of wood, which I can craft into sticks, and then I can obviously trade those sticks for emeralds. In these shulkers right here is all of the wood that I have to my name. And by the way, the reason that I have like 8 shulkers of pale oak logs is because it turns out I only needed 2 shulkers of these for my end build. But for some reason I thought I needed 10, and yeah, that's why I gathered so many of these earlier in the video. Not sure how I could miscalculate it that badly, but somehow I did. Anyway, whatever, it's fine, because we're gonna need these for emeralds. Let me first of all craft all of my wood into sticks. Okay, so I did some calculations as to how many sticks I would actually need for this entire beacon, and it turns out it's exactly 1 chest of shulker boxes of sticks, which I went ahead and crafted. Oh my gosh, I don't think I've ever had this many sticks in Minecraft. 50,000 sticks to be exact. So yeah, I did end up having enough wood to craft all of those, and I actually ended up with a few shulkers left over, which is pretty nice, so I'll just break these shulkers and put them back in my pale oak log chest. Now the only thing left to do is to grab all of these shulkers and transport them over to the villager trading hall. I think I'll just put 1 shulker box in front of each villager, and now the only thing left to do is to trade for an entire shulker box of emeralds. This is probably gonna take an absolutely ridiculous amount of time, considering these guys lock their trades as well, so I might have to think of something to do in this general area while I'm waiting for these guys to, you know, reset their trades. One good thing about this as well is that I'm gonna get a ton of XP, which means I'll be able to repair all of my tools and armor as well because of the mending that I've got on them. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you guys once this grind is over and I have all of the emeralds. And there we go. An hour or 2 later, I now have all of the crafted emerald blocks. I thought that was going to take a lot longer, but I guess because I have so many tiny villagers. I only had to wait for them to unlock their trades a few times, and I ended up just doing some editing while I was waiting. And yeah, with my emeralds now crafted, we can actually place this entire beacon in. This is gonna look pretty cool once it's all fully in place. And there we go, we now have the Emerald Pyramid. But, of course, we still need to place the beacon in. But, luckily, from a few episodes ago, I actually have a bunch of nether stars. So therefore, I don't have to kill any more withers. Instead, I just need to actually craft the beacon with some obsidian and some glass. Just like that. And I think it would only be right if I powered this beacon with an extra emerald. Obviously, each of these beacons will have a different effect, and I guess this one is just going to be haste too. And there we go, that's the entire emerald project fully completed. That didn't even take that long. Next up, I think I'm gonna work on this netherite beacon. So let's head into the nether and begin mining. As you can see, I already have an absolutely humongous area dug out at the bottom of the nether here, so I think it would only make sense to continue this. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy diggy hole, digging a hole. And after quite a few hours of digging, I've managed to take out this entire area, which is looking pretty cool, and the amount of ancient debris that I got is just over 1 stack, which considering I was mining for like 4 hours isn't really that much. I think in the future I'm gonna have to start using some different methods of netherite mining, because at this rate I'm never gonna finish this netherite beacon. Anyway, yeah, let me get a couple of furnaces, as well as a few bits of coal, and smelt this ancient debris. There we go, so now let's just take these netherite scraps with me, get my crafting table out, and use the gold that I got from the bastion earlier to craft 20 netherite ingots, or 2 netherite blocks. Sometimes I forget how expensive netherite blocks are, man. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to start using some TNT or something soon. But I guess I can place these last 2 blocks of netherite in. We're now 2.4% of the way there to an entire netherite beacon. And while we're here, I might as well use the rest of the gold that I got from the bastion earlier to complete the first layer of this gold beacon. We're making slow but steady progress on this project now. Anyway, yeah, as you've probably already noticed, it is currently day 999. So the only thing left to do in this video is to not hoe the land. Whoops, I went to the wrong spot in my hotbar. Instead, what I need to do is sleep the night away and wake up on day 1000, and oh my gosh, we've finally done it. That looks so cool on the top left of my screen. I'm actually really excited right now. I probably don't sound like it because my voice is completely dead for some reason, but yeah, this has been quite the journey. I may be wrong, but I think I may be the first person to hit 1000 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore, which is pretty cool. Do let me know in the comments though if I'm wrong about that. But yeah, before we end this video, I just wanted to say to you guys, thank you so much for watching this series. This has been by far the most successful series on my channel, and yeah, I'm loving absolutely every second of it. So if you're a new viewer, or you've watched literally every single episode, thank you so much, it means a lot to me. I thought about doing a little bit of a mini world tour, showing all of the things that I've done in this series, but to be honest, I don't think I'm gonna have enough time for that by the end of the day. Maybe I'll do a world tour at 10,000 days. If we ever get there. Probably not, to be honest. I might as well try though. But yeah, enough waffling. Let's just sit on the top of my house and watch this sunset. Thanks so much for watching this video and this series. I think I'm gonna continue this world with the 100 days per episode format for now, but I may switch to something more like 500 days per episode in the very distant future. If you enjoyed this video or this series so far, please do subscribe. And yeah, this was 1000 days in Minecraft Bedrock Hardcore.